The Shadow and the System: How Socrates' Execution Defined Plato's Quest for Justice. Close your eyes and let the heavy velvet curtain of the present world fall away, leaving you drifting in the silence of time. Breathe in deep, and as you exhale, imagine the air changing around you. It becomes warmer, drier, carrying the scent of heated limestone, sun-baked olive wood, and the distant salty tang of the Aegean Sea. You are no longer where you were. You are standing in the long shadows of the Agora in Athens, in the late spring of 389 BC. The light here is different, sharp, golden, and unforgiving, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the afternoon heat. You can hear the low, restless murmur of 501 jurors, the rustle of robes, and the scratching of sandals against the stone floor. There is a tension in the air, thick as static before a storm, because today the city of Athens is deciding whether its wisest man deserves to live or die. We are here to witness the moment that broke a young man's heart, and in doing so, built the foundations of the Western mind. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Now, look towards the center of the crowd. Two figures stand out, though they could not be more different. One is an old man, roughly 70 years of age, with a bug nose, bulging eyes, and a broad snub face that resembles a satyr more than a scholar. He wears a frayed cloak and stands barefoot on the stone, his posture relaxed, almost serene, as if he were discussing the price of fish rather than his own execution. This is Socrates. Watching him from the edge of the crowd is a young aristocrat, barely 28, with broad shoulders, which is why they call him Plato, meaning broad, and intense, terrified eyes. Plato is frozen, his hands clenched in his lap. He has spent his youth wrestling in the gymnasium and writing poetry. But today, he is witnessing a tragedy that no verse could capture. The history of Western philosophy pivots on this single, catastrophic moment. For the young Plato, watching the master of questioning be condemned to death by a democratic jury, the event is nothing short of a shattering experience. This profound injustice immediately forges the central philosophical mission that would consume the remaining 50 years of his life: the relentless search for an answer to the question, what is justice? The contrast between these two figures, Socrates, the barefoot master of questioning, and Plato, the future aristocratic builder of philosophical systems, represents the foundational dichotomy of all inquiry. Socrates provided the spark, claiming to know nothing. Plato would go on to build the comprehensive eternal structure in response to the world's failure to protect that spark. But here, in the courtroom, the structure has not yet been built. There is only the terrifying realization that the world is broken. Plato grew up in a world of war and political instability, witnessing Athenian democracy swing wildly and self-destruct through decisions like the disastrous Sicilian expedition. His background naturally pointed him toward public service. He was born to rule, descended from kings and lawgivers. But his experiences led to a deep, festering distrust of the ignorant mob. This skepticism was intensified when he saw the reign of the 30 tyrants, an oligarchic regime led by his own relatives, commit horrific atrocities. He had hoped his aristocratic kin would bring order. Instead, they brought blood. Yet, Amid the chaos and corruption, the strange poor philosopher Socrates was the only one who possessed the moral clarity to say no to the tyrant's orders. And now, the restored democracy, paranoid and seeking scapegoats, has put this same Socrates on trial for impiety and corrupting the youth. The underlying charge, whispered in the taverns and the market stalls, is that he simply asked too many questions. Plato sits there, his heart hammering against his ribs, watching as Socrates refuses the traditional emotional defense. It was customary for the accused to weep, to parade their weeping children and wives before the jury to beg for mercy. But Socrates stands alone. Instead of begging, the old philosopher calmly defends his life's work, declaring he had spent his time trying to improve his fellow citizens, waking them from their sleepwalking certainty. He famously describes himself as Athens' gadfly, a stinging insect sent by the god to pester the lazy, sluggish horse of the state into awareness. It is a defense that is almost designed to annoy. You can imagine a few jurors chuckling nervously, while others scowl, offended that this barefoot man dares to call them a lazy horse. It is a touch of that famous Socratic irony. He is on trial for his life, yet he seems more concerned with the jury's soul than his own survival. Socrates' defiant defense seals his fate. He accepts the verdict with what historians have called unsettling serenity, uttering the canonical declaration that the unexamined life is not worth living. For Plato, who idolized this man, the execution by hemlock is the ultimate trauma. It is the moment the universe cracks open. The injustice of the city killing its wisest citizen and calling it lawful forces the existential question that will haunt Plato forever. What does justice even mean if this can happen? We must pause to consider a detail that historians still argue about. Was Plato actually there at the final moment? In his own dialogue, Phaedo, one character asks if Plato was present when Socrates drank the poison, and the reply is a dismissive, "Plato, I think, was ill." Some scholars believe this was a literal illness, perhaps a fever brought on by grief. Others suggest it is a literary device, Plato's way of saying he was too emotionally devastated to bear witness to the final breath, or perhaps a signal that his account is a reconstruction, not a transcript. Whether he was in the room or pacing outside in the dust, the result was the same. The death of Socrates was the death of Plato's innocence. Socrates offered no textbooks, charged no fees, and founded no school. He was utterly different from the professional sophists who dominated Athenian intellectual life and sold wisdom for gold. His contribution was his method of inquiry, known as elenchus, or relentless interrogation. Socrates claimed that he knew nothing, believing the wisest man was the one who knows that he knows nothing. He approached powerful men, generals, politicians, poets, and politely asked them to define core concepts like courage or piety. Through systematic questioning, he exposed the emptiness beneath people's confident assertions. The goal was not to provide answers, but to demonstrate that these men, despite their fine robes and high offices, were operating on unexamined assumptions and were essentially sleepwalking through life. Socrates was a philosophical force of destruction against ignorance, a demolition man who cleared the ground so that truth might one day be built. But he never built the building himself. He left the lot empty, swept clean by his questions. The trauma of Socrates' death and the perceived failure of political reality compelled Plato to move beyond mere questioning. He realized that demolition was not enough. If the world could kill Socrates, then the world was wrong, and a new world had to be constructed, a fortress of logic, where justice was not just a matter of a jury's mood. Plato's primary divergence from his mentor would eventually be the creation of the theory of forms, arguing that the justice he sought could not exist in the chaotic, changing physical world. If everything in the material world is in constant flux, true knowledge is impossible, as the physical world offers no stability. It is as if Plato looked at the dead body of his teacher and decided that reality itself was to blame. He concluded that there must be two realms of reality: the physical world of appearance, the world of becoming, where good men die and juries make mistakes, and an invisible realm of the forms, the world of being, containing eternal, perfect, unchanging realities. The physical world is only real to the extent that it participates in the forms. For example, a perfect circle cannot be drawn in the sand. The wind will ruin it, or the stick will slip. Yet we can prove theorems about the perfect form of the circle, which exists independently of physical eyes. This ascent, the journey from the physical to the perfect, was Plato's ultimate response to the chaos that killed Socrates. But that system is still years away in our story. Right now, in the fading light of 399 BC, there is no academy, no republic, no theory of forms. There is only a grieving young man watching the sun dip below the horizon, realizing that the smartest man in Athens is about to be silenced by the stupidity of the crowd. Crucially, Plato ensured that Socrates' voice would not be silenced by using him as the central figure in nearly all his philosophical writings. The dialogues were literary masterpieces, dramatic conversations that placed Socrates at the heart of inquiry, reconstructing his voice and method. Initially, the early dialogues simply reflected the inconclusive short conversations Plato had witnessed. But as Plato matured, the dialogues became vehicles for his own developed philosophy, all delivered through the mouthpiece of the immortalized Socrates. By writing these works, Plato transformed his teacher from a tragic martyr into an eternal hero, ensuring that the questions that killed him would shape human thought for millennia. In essence, Socrates was the necessary destruction of intellectual arrogance, forcing the recognition that we know nothing. Plato was the necessary construction, building a metaphysical system to fill that terrifying void with eternal reasoned truth. The foundation of the system was built on the shockwave of his teacher's death. The divergence between the two masters, Socrates pointing to the individual's moral awakening, Plato pointing upward toward a transcendent system of truth, became the core tension of Western thought. It is the contrast between the man who sought to wake Athens from its sleep and the man who, when the city responded by giving his teacher poison, decided that truth must be found in a perfect world beyond Athens itself. And so, as the twilight deepens over the agora, we begin our journey, not with a lesson, but with a loss. Let the timeline drift backward now, dissolving the grim shadows of the courtroom and the heavy silence of the execution chamber. The years peel away like layers of dried paint, revealing the vibrant, noisy, sun-drenched Athens of the mid-5th century BC. We find ourselves in the golden era of Pericles, where the Parthenon is still gleaming with fresh, bright paint, blues and reds that we have long since forgotten. thinking of them only as stark white bones. Here, in the winding, narrow streets that snake beneath the Acropolis, the air smells of sawdust, roasting garlic, and the sharp tang of unwashed wool. Amidst the bustling crowd of merchants, soldiers, and politicians draped in fine linen, there walks a man who seems to belong to a different species entirely. He is unmistakably ugly by the rigid standards of Athenian beauty. He has a rolling, pelican-like gait, a snub nose with wide, flaring nostrils, and thick lips that frame a mouth often hiding a smile. His eyes are set wide apart and seem to bulge, darting sideways to catch every detail of the world around him. He wears the same rough woolen cloak summer and winter, and most scandalously of all, he is barefoot. The hot dust of the agora and the cold mud of winter press equally against his hardened soles. This is Socrates in his prime, a walking contradiction in a city obsessed with perfection. To understand the man who would dismantle the mind of Plato, we must first understand where he came from. For he was not born a philosopher. He was born into the dust of stone and the cries of life. Socrates was the son of Sophroniscus, a stonemason and sculptor, and Phoenerita, a midwife. These two professions, humble and hands-on, would become the invisible scaffolding for his entire philosophical method. Imagine the young Socrates standing in his father's workshop, the air thick with the white powder of marble. He would have watched his father take a rough, shapeless block of stone and, with a chisel and mallet, chip away everything that was not the statue. It is a process of subtraction, of removal. The statue is not added to the stone. It is revealed by taking away the excess. Years later, Socrates would treat the human soul exactly as his father treated the marble. He did not teach by pouring knowledge into people, but by chipping away their ignorance, their prejudices, and their false beliefs, until the truth, hidden within, was revealed. It is a lovely historical irony that the man who claimed to build nothing spent his life practicing the art of his father. Only his medium was not limestone, but the human mind. Yet, historians still argue whether Socrates ever actually worked as a stonemason himself. Some ancient sources claim he carved a set of the three graces that stood on the Acropolis for centuries, while others suggest he abandoned the chisel early, finding the stone too silent for his liking. Whether he held the mallet or not, the dust of the workshop settled deep into his thinking. Then there was his mother, Phoenerita. In a world where women were often sequestered and silent, a midwife held a unique, powerful position. She was the gatekeeper of life, present at the most dangerous and sacred moment of existence. She did not create the baby. She assisted in its delivery, cutting the cord that bound the new life to the old. Socrates would later famously describe his own art as intellectual midwifery. He would joke, with a twinkle in those bulging eyes, that he himself was barren of wisdom, just as midwives were usually past the age of childbearing. He could not give birth to the truth himself, but he had a God-given talent for helping others deliver their own ideas, testing them to see if they were healthy children or mere wind eggs, phantoms of false hope. It is a gentle, almost maternal image for a man who could be so irritating. He was simply trying to help Athens give birth to its own better nature. But before he was the midwife of ideas, he was simply a citizen of a city that valued kalos kagathos, the beautiful and good. In Athens, it was widely believed that outer beauty reflected inner virtue. A handsome man was assumed to be noble. An ugly man was assumed to be base. Socrates shattered this assumption just by existing. He was often compared to the statues of Silenus sold in the statuary shops, ugly, pot-bellied figures of satyrs that were hollow inside. When you opened a Silenus statue, you would find golden figurines of the gods hidden within. This became the defining metaphor for Socrates, a rough, almost comical exterior hiding a divine, golden interior. He played with this contrast, using his own ugliness as a tool to disarm people who would feel threatened by this barefoot, snub-nosed man asking simple questions. He didn't look like the slick, well-oiled sophists who arrived in Athens from foreign lands, wearing purple robes and charging enormous fees to teach rhetoric. Socrates charged nothing. He promised nothing. He simply walked. He would wander into the gymnasium, where the young men were wrestling and oiling their bodies, and he would stand there, a motionless rock in a river of motion, waiting for a conversation to start. He was a lover of the city, rarely leaving the walls of Athens, because, as he said, "The trees and the countryside can teach me nothing, but the men in the city can." There is a quiet humor in his domestic life as well, a counterbalance to his public wandering. We must mention Xanthippe, his wife. History has often painted her unkindly as a shrew, a woman who nagged the great philosopher incessantly. But pause to consider the reality of being married to Socrates. He brought no money home. He spent his days arguing with strangers while the pantry went empty. He refused to participate in the conventional ladder climbing of Athenian society. Once, after a long scolding where Xanthippe was shouting at him, she allegedly poured a pot of chamber water over his head. Socrates, dripping wet and unbothered, simply smiled and told his friends, "I always said that when Xanthippe thunders, rain is sure to follow." It is a moment of domestic comedy that humanizes the legend. Perhaps she was not a villain, but the anchor that kept his head from floating too far into the clouds. She raised their 3 sons, Lamprocles, Sophroniscus, and Menexerus, largely on her own, a feat of endurance that surely rivals any philosophical debate. But Socrates was not just a loafer or a talker. He was also a man of formidable physical endurance, a fact often forgotten by those who picture him only as an old sage. Before the grey hairs came, he served as a hoplite, a heavy infantryman in the Peloponnesian War. We must picture him not in a toga, but in bronze armor, standing on the frozen ground of Potidaea during a brutal winter campaign. While other soldiers wrapped their feet in felt and sheepskins, Socrates marched barefoot over the ice. He walked with the same steady, rhythmic pace in the snow as he did in the heat of the agora. Alcibiades, the brilliant and reckless Athenian general, later recounted how Socrates saved his life in battle, standing his ground and shielding the wounded general when everyone else was fleeing. This physical toughness commanded respect even from those who hated his questions. It proved that his philosophy was not the soft musings of a coward, but the hardened conviction of a warrior. He was dangerous, not because he was weak, but because he was strong in a way Athens couldn't quite calculate. As the sun sets on this early chapter of his life, we see a man who is a puzzle piece that doesn't fit the board. He is a stonecutter who cuts no stone, a midwife who delivers no babies, a soldier who fights with words, and a husband who brings home only questions. He walks the streets, sensing that the surface of the world is thin, that the confident speeches of the politicians are covering up a deep, cavernous ignorance. He is waiting for a sign, a push, something to direct this immense, restless energy toward a specific target. And that sign would come not from Athens, but from the mountains to the north. It would come from the most sacred place in the Greek world, carried on the lips of a friend who dared to ask a question of a god. The stage is set for the oracle, and for the riddle that will turn the stonecutter's son into the gadfly of the state. The wind shifts, blowing down from Mount Parnassus, carrying the scent of bay leaves and the echo of a prophecy that will doom him and immortalize him all at once. To understand the fire that eventually burned in Socrates' mind and the heat that would later forge Plato's soul, we must leave the dusty streets of Athens and travel north, climbing the steep, winding paths of Mount Parnassus until the air grows thin and cold. Here, nestled in the jagged folds of the mountain, lies the sanctuary of Delphi, a place the ancient Greeks called the Omphalos, the navel of the world. It is a place of overwhelming natural power, where eagles circle in the updrafts, and the sun strikes the limestone cliffs with a blinding divine clarity. For centuries, kings, generals, and desperate lovers made the pilgrimage here to ask the god Apollo about their fate, carrying gold and slaughtering goats in hope of a clear answer. But our story hinges on a pilgrimage made not by a king, but by a man named Chaerephon. Chaerephon was a close friend of Socrates, known for being impetuous, intense, and utterly devoted to the strange philosopher. He was the kind of friend who would run where others walked, a man whose enthusiasm often outpaced his caution. Sometime around 430 BC, Chaerephon climbed the sacred way, passing the treasure houses of the great city-states, and stood before the temple of Apollo. He did not ask for wealth, or for the outcome of a battle, or for a cure to a plague. He asked a question of such simplicity and audacity that it rings through history like a bell struck in a canyon. He asked the oracle, "Is there anyone wiser than Socrates?" Now, pause to visualize the scene inside the temple. The Pythia, the high priestess, sat on a tripod over a fissure in the earth. For thousands of years, the source of her trance was a mystery, wrapped in the smoke of myth. But modern geologists and toxicologists have found evidence that two fault lines intersect exactly under the temple, likely releasing ethylene gas, a sweet-smelling hallucinogen, from the rocks below. Historians and scientists still debate the precise mechanics, but the image remains potent. The priestess, veiled and rocking in the vapors, inhaling the breath of the earth, channeling the voice of Apollo. In response to Chaerephon's question, her voice rose from the smoke, raspy and definitive. The answer was short, as the god's answers often were. She said simply, "No one is wiser." When Chaerephon brought this news back to Athens, bursting with pride to tell his friend, Socrates did not smile. He did not puff out his chest or gather disciples to boast of his divine endorsement. Instead, he was struck with a profound, paralyzing confusion. This moment is the true birth of Socratic philosophy, not in the answer, but in the doubt that followed it. Socrates looked at his own mind and saw nothing but questions, gaps, and ignorance. He knew, with absolute certainty, that he possessed no special wisdom, no great understanding of the cosmos, no secret knowledge of virtue, so he was faced with a terrifying theological riddle. On one hand, the god Apollo cannot lie. To believe the god lies is impiety. On the other hand, Socrates knows he is not wise. To believe he is wise is a delusion. How could both things be true? How could the most ignorant man in Athens be the wisest? A lesser man might have accepted the compliment and moved on. But Socrates took it as a divine challenge, a test of the god's meaning. He felt compelled to investigate the oracle, to refute the god by finding a man who was clearly wiser than himself. If he could find just one person who truly knew what was good and right, he could go back to Delphi and say, "Look, this man is wiser than I, yet you said I was the wisest." It was not an act of arrogance, but an act of pious desperation. He needed to solve the riddle to restore order to his universe, and so the prophecy did not give him an answer. It gave him a mission. It transformed his casual wanderings into a systematic hunt for truth. He began to look at the people of Athens with new eyes, not as neighbors, but as suspects in a mystery. He looked at the politicians who guided the city, the poets who wrote the sacred verses, and the craftsmen who built the temples. Surely, among them, there must be wisdom. Socrates described this feeling as a heavy burden, a service to the god that he could not quit. It shifted the tone of his life from a private eccentricity to a public vocation. He was no longer just the son of a stonemason asking idle questions. He was a man trying to understand the mind of Apollo. This distinction is vital because it explains his persistence. When people later asked him to stop his annoying questioning, he would refuse. Not because he liked being annoying, but because he believed he was under a divine command to test the soul of the city. He viewed his poverty, his lack of political office, and his neglect of his own affairs as the price he paid for this service. "I am in extreme poverty," he would later tell the jury, "because of my service to the god." There is a soft, almost tragic irony in this. The oracle, intended to honor him, ultimately doomed him. By declaring him the wisest, the god set him on a collision course with every powerful ego in Athens. It is a reminder of the Greek concept of art, ruin that often comes disguised as a gift. Yet, in this quiet moment before the storm of interrogation begins, we see the vulnerability of the man. Imagine him sitting on a low stone wall near the Ilissos River, the noise of the cicadas humming in the heat, turning the oracle's words over and over in his hands like a strange smooth pebble. No one is wiser. He must have felt terribly alone. Wisdom, usually thought of as a possession, something you have, was being redefined by him as a negation, something you realize you lack. He was beginning to suspect the solution to the riddle. Perhaps he was the wisest only because he was the only one who knew that he knew nothing. Everyone else thought they were rich in knowledge, while their pockets were full of fool's gold. Socrates alone knew he was penniless. This realization, however, was still a hypothesis. He needed proof. He needed to go out and test the metal of the city's soul. And as he stood up from that wall, shaking the dust from his cloak, the philosophical era of the pre-Socratics, men who looked at the stars and asked what the world was made of, ended. The era of Socrates, the man who looked at his neighbors and asked how we should live, began. The sun was setting over the Acropolis, casting long shadows that stretched toward the future, shadows that would eventually engulf the young Plato. But for now, the stonecutter's son had work to do. He had to go find someone, anyone, who knew what they were talking about. The hunt began in the open air, under the merciless clarity of the Athenian sun. Socrates descended into the agora, the beating heart of the city, not as a teacher, but as an investigator. The marketplace was a cacophony of commerce and politics, a swirl of brightly colored tunics, the smell of roasting meat, heaps of figs and olives, and the constant rhythmic clatter of coins and tongues. Here, the great men of Athens held court, politicians who could sway thousands with a speech, generals who had commanded fleets, and poets whose verses were sung at every festival. To Socrates, they were no longer just leaders. They were test subjects. He approached them with the shuffling humility of a beggar, his head bowed slightly, his eyes wide and innocent. He did not challenge them with a sword, but with a question, usually something deceptively simple like, "O noble sir, since you are an expert in ruling, could you please explain to me, what is justice?" The politician, flattered by the attention of the famous eccentric, would usually smile and offer a standard, confident answer, perhaps something like, "Justice is simply speaking the truth and paying one's debts," and then the trap would spring, not with a snap, but with a gentle pry. Socrates would scratch his head and ask, "But sir, if a friend lends me a weapon when he is sane, and then asks for it back when he is mad, would it be just to return it? Surely that would be paying a debt, but it would harm him." The politician would stumble, his smile tightening. "Well, no, of course not. Justice is helping friends and harming enemies." Socrates would nod eagerly, as if learning a great secret. "But if we harm a horse, it becomes a worse horse. If we harm a dog, it becomes a worse dog. If we harm a human enemy, do we not make him less just and therefore worse? Can justice really be the art of making men worse?" Step by step, question by question, the definition would crumble. The crowd that gathered, idlers, students, shopkeepers, would fall silent, sensing the shift in power. The politician, previously a giant of authority, would find himself tangled in his own words, contradicting what he said 5 minutes ago, sweating in the cool breeze. The conversation would end in aporia, a state of total perplexity and deadlock. The expert would usually make an excuse, claiming a sudden urgent meeting, and hurry away, leaving Socrates standing there, genuinely disappointed that they hadn't found the answer together. After the politicians, he turned to the poets. Athens was a city that worshipped the spoken word, and the poets were seen as the fathers of wisdom, the conduits of the gods. Socrates went to them with their own poems in hand, asking them to explain the deeper meaning of their beautiful passages. He expected profound philosophical insight. Instead, he found that the poets stammered. They could not explain their own imagery. They spoke of inspiration and divine madness, but they could not offer a rational account of what they wrote. Socrates concluded, with a mix of sadness and amusement, that poets were like prophets or soothsayers. They said many fine things, but they understood nothing of what they said. Their wisdom was a gift from the muses, not a property of their own minds. It was like asking a flute why it played a sad song. The flute does not know. Only the breath that moves through it knows. Finally, he visited the craftsmen, the manual laborers, the technites. He went to the potters covered in grey clay, the blacksmiths sweating over red-hot iron, and the cobblers with leather-stained hands. Here, at least, he found something real. When he asked a shoemaker how to make a shoe, the man knew. He possessed a specific, verifiable knowledge, or technique. He could demonstrate his wisdom by producing a tangible object. Socrates respected this deeply. However, he soon discovered a fatal flaw. Because the shoemaker was a genius at making shoes, he assumed he was also a genius at the matters of the state, of virtue, and of the gods. The success in their specific craft bred a false confidence in general wisdom. This arrogance obscured the knowledge they actually had. Socrates walked away from the workshops, realizing the solution to the oracle's riddle. He was wiser than the politician because he didn't pretend to know justice when he didn't. He was wiser than the poet because he didn't credit himself for divine gifts. He was wiser than the craftsman because he didn't mistake skill for virtue. His wisdom was a form of human wisdom, the humble awareness of his own limits. He was the wisest simply because he knew he was not wise at all. This realization, however, came at a terrible social cost. Nobody likes to be undressed in public, especially when the clothing being removed is one's intellectual dignity. Socrates was not just debating. He was humiliating the most powerful men in the city, often in front of an audience. And the audience was changing. Young men from wealthy families, bored with the traditional education and disillusioned by the war, began to follow Socrates around. They treated the elenchus, the cross-examination, as a spectator sport. They loved to watch the pompous elders get tied in verbal knots. It was the ancient equivalent of a viral takedown. These young aristocrats, including the brothers of Plato, would sometimes imitate Socrates, going home to corner their own fathers or uncles with relentless questions about piety or courage. The laughter of the youth became the anger of the old. The gadfly was no longer just a metaphor. The sting was being felt in the dining halls and council chambers of Athens. The horse of the state was waking up, but it wasn't grateful. It was irritated, and it was looking for a tail to swat the fly. Historians and philosophers still debate whether Socrates actually had a positive doctrine of his own, or if his entire philosophy was merely negative, a tool to dismantle others without building anything in its place. Some argue that his relentless questioning was a form of spiritual cleansing, a way to purge the soul of false beliefs so that truth might naturally emerge. Others see him as a skeptic who believed truth was inaccessible. But to the men he embarrassed in the agora, these nuances didn't matter. They saw a man who respected nothing, who tore down tradition and offered only doubt in return. They began to whisper that he was a danger, a subversive element who was corrupting the youth by teaching them to question authority. Yet amidst the tension, there were moments of sublime beauty. Imagine a late afternoon when the questioning stopped, and Socrates simply sat with his friends, watching the light fade on the violet-crowned hills. He would speak not of definitions, but of the care of the soul, psyche. Before Socrates, the soul was often thought of as a ghostly breath that escaped at death, a shadow. Socrates redefined it as the seat of moral character and intelligence, the true self. Wealth does not bring goodness, he would tell anyone who would listen. But goodness brings wealth and every other blessing, both to the individual and to the state. He was urging them to prioritize the eternal over the temporary, the condition of their inner self over the condition of their bank accounts. It was a message of profound love for his city, delivered in the most aggravating way possible. He was the doctor who insisted on painful surgery because he loved the patient, but the patient was beginning to wonder if the doctor was actually an assassin. As the years of questioning dragged on, the atmosphere in Athens grew darker. The Peloponnesian War with Sparta was going badly. The plague had decimated the population. The confidence of the Golden Age was rotting away, replaced by paranoia and factionalism. In this climate, a man who questioned everything was no longer an eccentric amusement. He was a scapegoat in the making. But Socrates did not stop. He could not stop. The god had commanded him, and somewhere in the crowd, watching the gadfly sting the flank of the lazy horse, stood a young man with broad shoulders and intense eyes, absorbing every word, unaware that he would one day be the one to write it all down. The torch was not yet passed, but the flame was being kindled in the heart of Plato. Leave the dusty, sun-baked agora behind for a moment and step into the cool, shaded colonnades of the wrestling school, the palestra. Here, the air is heavy with the scent of olive oil, crushed herbs, and the metallic tang of fresh sweat. It is a world of bodies in motion, of grunts and thuds against the packed earth, where the young men of Athens are carved into warriors. In the center of the pit, grappling with an opponent, is a young man of striking physical presence. He is tall, with a chest like a barrel and shoulders that stretch the fabric of his tunic when he dresses. His wrestling coach, a man named Ariston of Argos, looks at this expanse of muscle and bone and gives him a nickname, Platon, meaning broad. It is a name that fits the breadth of his shoulders, and later history would say the breadth of his mind. But for now, he is simply Aristocles, son of Ariston, a young prince in all but title, sweating in the sand, unaware that he will carry this nickname, Plato, into eternity. Born around 427 BC, in the early years of the disastrous Peloponnesian War, Plato entered the world at the very summit of Athenian society. To understand the immense pressure resting on those broad shoulders, we must look at his bloodline. On his father's side, he traced his lineage back to Codrus, the last semi-mythical king of Athens, who sacrificed himself to save the city. On his mother's side, he was related to Solon, the legendary lawgiver who laid the foundations of Athenian democracy. It is impossible to overstate what this meant. In a city obsessed with ancestry, Plato was not just an aristocrat. He was a living monument. From the moment he took his first breath, his path was paved with gold and granite. He was expected to be a statesman, a general, a leader who would stand at the prow of the ship of state and guide Athens through the storm. His family was wealthy, powerful, and deeply embedded in the political machinery of the city. He did not need to work for a living. His job was to rule. His education was the finest money could buy, a perfect balance of gymnastic for the body and music for the soul. We see him in the mornings, learning the lyre and the flute, his fingers calloused from the wrestling pit, now moving with delicate precision over the strings. He memorized the verses of Homer, reciting the rage of Achilles and the wanderings of Odysseus, until the rhythms of the epic were part of his own heartbeat. But unlike the other young nobles, who recited poetry merely to appear cultured at dinner parties, Plato had a fire in his belly. He didn't just want to read the tragedies, he wanted to write them. He dreamt of the theater of Dionysus, of the hushed silence of thousands of citizens hanging on his every word as the chorus danced and the actors wept. He wrote dithyrambs, wild choral hymns to the god of wine, and drafted tragedies filled with dark, intricate plots. He had the soul of an artist, trapped in the body of a wrestler, a dangerous combination that gave him a sensitivity the political world would soon bruise. There is a charming, if debated, historical note about his wrestling career. Some ancient chroniclers claim that Plato was so skilled he actually competed in the Isthmian Games, one of the great pan-Hellenic festivals second only to the Olympics. Imagine the future philosopher, stripped naked and slathered in oil, locking arms with champions, fighting not with logic, but with leverage. It is a reminder that the Greek ideal was not a brain in a jar, but a healthy mind in a healthy body. Yet historians still argue whether Plato was truly a nickname given by his coach, or simply his given name, as Platon was not uncommon in Athens. But the story of the broad shoulders persists because it fits the man who would eventually carry the weight of Western metaphysics. Despite the privilege and the poetry, a shadow hung over his youth. He grew up in a city at war. He never knew the peaceful, confident Athens of Pericles. He only knew the Athens of the long siege, the plague, and the slow, grinding defeat against Sparta. He watched as the democracy turned vicious, making rash decisions, executing generals who failed to win impossible battles, and falling under the sway of demagogues. His own relatives, particularly his mother's cousin Critias and her brother Charmides, were cynical about the mob rule of the people. They whispered in the young Plato's ear that democracy was a mistake, a chaotic system where the ignorant ruled the wise. They groomed him for oligarchy, for the rule of the few. They saw his intellect, his charisma, and his name, and they wanted to mold him into a weapon for their cause. Plato listened, torn between the noble history of his ancestor Solon and the grim reality of the shouting crowds in the Pnyx. He was looking for a third way, a path that was neither the chaos of the mob nor the cruelty of the tyrants. It was in this state of restless searching that he began to encounter the sophists, the professional teachers of wisdom. They were the rock stars of the intellectual world, traveling from city to city, charging exorbitant fees to teach young aristocrats the art of rhetoric, how to make the weaker argument appear the stronger. Plato likely attended their lectures, watching them spin words like magicians. They taught that truth was relative, that justice was whatever the powerful said it was. For a young man seeking absolute answers in a crumbling world, this moral relativism must have felt like drinking salt water. It looked like water, but it only made the thirst worse. He saw that these men were selling tools of manipulation, not keys to understanding. He could learn to speak like them. He could learn to win arguments like a wrestler wins a match. But he could not learn why any of it mattered. And so we find the young Aristocles at a crossroads, hovering on the edge of adulthood. He has the body of an athlete, the lineage of a king, the pen of a poet, and the confusion of a lost soul. He is a vessel waiting to be filled, a fire waiting for a spark. He wanders the streets of Athens, perhaps coming from a wrestling match, his hair still damp, his cloak thrown carelessly over his shoulder. He hears a commotion in the marketplace, laughter, shouting, a crowd gathering around a low stone wall. He pushes his way through the onlookers, expecting a fight or a juggler. Instead, he sees the ugly, barefoot old man we know so well. He sees Socrates. At first, he might have been repulsed. Socrates was everything Plato was not: poor, ugly, common, and utterly uninterested in power. But then Socrates speaks. He asks a question that cuts through the noise of the market like a razor through silk. He isn't showing off. He is dissecting a general's definition of courage with the precision of a surgeon. Plato stops. The poetry in his head goes quiet. The wrestling moves in his muscles relax. He listens. For the first time, he hears language used not to obscure the truth, but to hunt it. He hears a man who doesn't care about the applause of the crowd, only the integrity of the soul. It is the collision of two different intelligences. The broad, expansive, artistic mind of Plato meeting the sharp, drilling, singular mind of Socrates. The young wrestler looks at the old gadfly and the high hopes his family held for him. The hopes of generalships and archonships begin to dissolve like mist. A new, terrifying hope takes root, the hope of knowing the truth. The broad shoulders are about to take on a burden far heavier than a wrestling opponent. They are about to take on the weight of the universe. But before he can follow this new path, he has one final sacrifice to make, a ritual burning that will sever him from his past life forever. The night is cool, a sharp contrast to the baking heat of the day, and the moon hangs low over the Acropolis, turning the marble temples into ghostly sentinels floating in the dark. We find ourselves in a private courtyard of a wealthy Athenian home, likely the house of Ariston or his stepfather, Pyrolamps. The air is still, save for the rhythmic chirping of crickets and the occasional snap of pine logs burning in a bronze brazier. Standing before the fire is Plato, no longer the swaggering wrestler or the confident aristocrat, but a young man trembling on the precipice of a decision that will erase his identity. In his hands, he holds a collection of scrolls. These are not mere scraps of paper. They are his life's work up to this point. They are the tragedies he has poured his soul into. The carefully metered verses he intended to submit to the great Dionysia, the most prestigious theatre festival in the ancient world. To win at the Dionysia was to achieve immortality in Athens. The playwrights were the celebrities, the educators, the voices of the gods. And Plato, with his gift for language and his dramatic flair, was sure to win. He holds the fame he has always wanted in his hands. But the fire is hungry, and the words on the parchment suddenly feel heavy, dead, and false. Earlier that day, or perhaps the day before, he had listened to Socrates speak again. The old man had not been reciting polished verses. He had been stripping away the veneer of Athenian culture to reveal the rot underneath. Socrates had argued that poets, for all their beauty, were merely imitators of imitations. They created emotional illusions that stirred the passions but clouded the reason. They made men weep over fake sorrows while ignoring the real sickness of their own souls. Plato looked at his scrolls, stories of gods behaving badly, of heroes driven by madness, and for the first time he saw them not as art, but as shadows. He realized that by writing tragedies, he was contributing to the sleepwalking of the city. He was feeding the beast of emotion rather than waking the mind. There is a famous, perhaps apocryphal story that captures this moment. As he stood before the flames, Plato is said to have invoked the god of fire with a line of verse twisting a quote from Homer. "Hephaestus, come forward. Plato needs you." It was a final, ironic act of poetry, using a verse to destroy his verses. With a deep breath that tasted of pine resin and regret, he cast the scrolls into the fire. One by one, the tragedies curled, blackened, and burst into flame. The ink, made of soot and gum, returned to the smoke from which it came. The chorus of voices he had invented, the weeping queens, the defiant warriors, the vengeful gods, screamed silently as they turned to ash. It was a violent act of self-effacement. In that moment, Aristocles the poet died, and Plato the philosopher was fully born. He was burning his bridge to conventional success. There would be no applause in the theatre of Dionysus for him now. There would be no ivy wreath placed on his head by the Archon. He was choosing the path of the barefoot man who had nothing but questions. Historians still argue whether this event literally happened or if it is a metaphorical legend created by later biographers to symbolize his conversion to philosophy. Some scholars suggest that Plato didn't burn his talent, but rather transmuted it. If you read his later dialogues, they are not dry academic treatises. They are dramas. They have characters, settings, conflict, and humor. The Symposium is a play in all but name. The Phaedo is a tragedy where the hero dies not by the sword, but by the law. It is likely that Plato did not destroy the poet within him, but rather enslaved him to the service of Socrates. He took the skills of the dramatist, the ability to write dialogue, to set a scene, to evoke emotion, and weaponized them for philosophy. He became the dramatist of reason. But on this night, in the glow of the brazier, it felt like a death. He watched the last embers fade, his hands empty, his future blank. The next morning, he went to find Socrates. He did not go as a casual listener anymore. He went as a disciple. He joined the circle of young men who followed the gadfly. But he was different from the others. Xenophon, another student, was a practical soldier who saw Socrates as a moral guide. Alcibiades saw him as a challenge to be seduced, but Plato saw him as the key to a new reality. He began to listen with a terrifying intensity, memorizing the way Socrates tilted his head, the way he used irony to disarm a blowhard, the way he could make a silence feel louder than a shout. Plato became the quiet observer, the ghost in the corner of the conversation. He rarely speaks in his own dialogues. He is the invisible camera recording the scene. This invisibility began here, in the ashes of his tragedies. He decided that his own voice mattered less than the truth Socrates was chasing. This period of apprenticeship lasted perhaps 8 or 9 years, from the time Plato was 20 until Socrates' death. It was a time of intense intellectual intimacy, set against the backdrop of a collapsing world. While Plato was learning about the eternal forms of virtue, Athens was losing its empire. The war with Sparta was entering its final desperate phase. The disconnect between the philosophical conversations in the quiet corners of the wrestling schools and the screaming panic of the political assemblies must have been jarring. Socrates and his students were discussing the nature of the ideal city, while their real city was starving, besieged, and tearing itself apart. This dissonance is crucial. It taught Plato that the real world of politics was unstable and insane, and that sanity could only be found in the retreat to the mind. Imagine the young Plato walking with Socrates by the Ilissos River, the older man plodding along in the dust, talking about the definition of piety. Plato, tall and broad, matches his stride, his mind racing to keep up. He challenges Socrates, pushes back, demands clarification. Socrates surely loved this. He didn't want sheep. He wanted wolves who could bite back. He saw in Plato a mind that could not only grasp the elenchus, but extend it. Socrates was the master of the short game. The immediate question, the specific contradiction. Plato was already showing signs of the long game, the desire to connect these questions into a coherent picture of the universe. But for now, the student walked in the shadow of the master, content to let his own brilliance remain hidden, like the golden figures inside the Silenus statue. As the years of the war crowned on, the bond between them deepened. Socrates became the father figure Plato needed, replacing the distant biological father who had died when Plato was young. But this was a dangerous father to have. To follow Socrates was to mark oneself as an outsider, a critic, a potential traitor to the democratic mob. By burning his tragedies, Plato had stepped out of the mainstream current of Athenian life and into the dangerous eddies of the counterculture. He had chosen the company of the most hated man in Athens, and as the Spartan fleets drew closer to the port of Piraeus, tightening the noose around the city, Plato would soon see that philosophy was not just a parlor game. It was a matter of life and death. The fire that consumed his scrolls was a small spark compared to the fires that were about to consume the city's pride. The war is coming to the gates, and the golden age is about to end in iron and blood. The golden light of the Attic afternoon has now curdled into a sickly, bruised purple. The year is 404 BC, and we are standing on the high battlements of the long walls, the massive limestone fortifications that connect the city of Athens to its lifeline, the port of Piraeus. For decades, these walls were the symbol of Athenian invincibility, a stone artery that allowed the city to breathe even when enemies prowled the countryside. But now, the artery is choked. Look out toward the sea, usually dotted with the white sails of triremes bringing grain from the Black Sea. Today the horizon is empty of friends. Instead, the harbor is blockaded by the Spartan fleet, commanded by the ruthless general Lysander. The greatest naval power in history has been boxed in, stripped of its ships, and left to rot in the sun. The invincible city is starving. Inside the walls, the atmosphere is suffocating. The air smells of unwashed bodies, wood smoke, and the sour, pervasive odor of desperation. The grain silos are empty. The olives are gone. People are boiling leather straps and hunting rats in the alleys of the Kerameikos. The silence of the city is different now. It is not the hush of peace, but the quiet of exhaustion. Citizens walk with their heads down, their ribs showing through their tunics like the staves of a barrel. The once boisterous democracy, which shouted its decrees from the Pnyx, has been reduced to a whisper. The hubris of the empire, the arrogance that led them to invade Sicily, to slaughter the Melians, to defy the gods, has finally come due. The bill is being paid in hunger. Yet in the midst of this apocalypse, one man walks the streets as if nothing has changed. Socrates, gaunt but unbroken, continues his rounds. It is a surreal image, a city collapsing around him, and he is still stopping people to ask about the definition of temperance. You might think this is madness. Who cares about philosophy when there is no bread? But to Socrates, this is the only time philosophy matters. When the belly is full, virtue is easy. When the belly is empty, virtue is tested. He watches his fellow citizens turning on each other, hoarding scraps, betraying friends for a handful of barley, and he sees the proof of his life's argument. Athens had built walls of stone and ships of wood, but it had failed to build the inner fortress of the soul. The city is falling not because the walls are weak, but because the men inside them are hollow. He wanders through the starving crowds like a ghost of conscience, a reminder that even in defeat, a man can remain free if his mind is his own. Young Plato, now around 23 years old, watches this with a different kind of horror. He is not as detached as his master. He is an aristocrat, raised on the stories of Athenian glory. To see his city brought so low is a physical pain. He watches the democratic leaders, the demagogues who promised victory, now scrambling for safety, blaming each other, paralyzed by indecision. It confirms everything his oligarchic relatives had whispered to him. The mob is incapable of survival. Democracy is a fair-weather ship. In a storm, it sinks. This experience of the siege plants a seed of political radicalism in Plato. He begins to believe that a city cannot be ruled by the many. It must be ruled by the few who know the truth. He looks at Socrates, the one man who remains calm, dignified, and rational while the world burns, and thinks, this is what a ruler should look like. Why is he not in charge? Then comes the final day, the day the music starts. In April of 404 BC, Athens formally surrenders. The terms are humiliating. The empire is dissolved, the fleet is reduced to 12 ships, and the long walls, the pride of Pericles, must be torn down. But the Spartans do not just dismantle them, they turn it into a party. Lysander brings in flute girls from all over Greece. As the sun beats down, thousands of workers swing hammers and pry bars to the upbeat, cheerful rhythm of the flutes. The stone crashes down, sending clouds of white dust into the blue sky, while the conquerors dance. It is a grotesque festival of destruction. Xenophon, a fellow student of Socrates, later wrote that the walls were demolished to the music of flute girls, with much enthusiasm, considering that that day was the beginning of freedom for Greece. For Plato, standing in the dust, watching the physical dismantling of his world, the irony is crushing. The Spartans call this freedom, but to an Athenian, it is slavery. The noise of the flutes must have been maddening, a happy soundtrack to a funeral. But notice a crucial detail. The walls are coming down, but Socrates is still standing. The stone and mortar, the material strength of the city, proved temporary. The question, the immaterial search for truth, survived the siege. This contrast is the visual lesson of Plato's youth. The physical world is fragile. It can be starved, blockaded, and hammered into dust. The world of ideas, however, cannot be besieged. You cannot blockade a concept. You cannot starve a definition. This reinforces the path he is choosing. If he wants to build something that lasts, he cannot build it out of stone. He must build it out of thought. The surrender creates a terrifying vacuum. The democracy is suspended, blamed for the catastrophe. The Spartans, looking for a friendly government to manage their broken conquest, turn to the Athenian aristocracy, the wealthy, the educated, the best men. They select 30 men to set up a new government, a provisional committee to rewrite the laws and restore order. Among the leaders of this group are Critias and Charmides, Plato's own flesh and blood. Critias is his mother's cousin, a brilliant intellectual, a poet, and a former associate of Socrates. Charmides is his uncle. They come to Plato, their eyes shining with the zeal of revolution. They tell him, the chaos is over. The mob is gone. Now we will rule with wisdom. We will purge the city of corruption and return it to the ancient virtue. They invite Plato to join them. It is the opportunity he was born for. He is young, brilliant and connected. He could step into the inner circle of power immediately. And for a moment, he is tempted. Who wouldn't be? He believes in order. He believes in wisdom. He thinks, perhaps naively, that his relatives are going to establish a Socratic state, a government ruled by the intelligent rather than the popular. He steps closer to the fire of power, hopeful that it will warm the frozen city. But he does not yet know that this fire burns with a cold, terrifying light. He is about to learn that intelligence without goodness is far more dangerous than ignorance. The tyranny is beginning, and the blood is about to flow in the streets where the flute girls just danced. The air in Athens shifts from the sour smell of starvation to the metallic, copper scent of blood. The Spartan garrison has installed the 30, and at first there is a collective sigh of relief, a desperate hope that the worst is over. Plato, watching from the periphery of power, sees his cousin Critias and his uncle Charmides take the helm. They promise a purification of the city, a return to the ancient laws before the chaos of the mob corrupted the state. To a young aristocrat like Plato, this sounds seductive. It sounds like the implementation of order. He waits, notebook in hand, expecting to see the birth of a utopia where wisdom rules. Instead, he watches the birth of a nightmare. The purification begins with the execution of known informers and sycophants, men everyone hated anyway. The city nods in approval. It feels like justice. But power, once tasted, becomes a hunger that no amount of blood can sate. Within weeks, the definition of enemy expands. It is no longer just the corrupt who are dragged from their beds at night. It is the wealthy, the outspoken, and anyone whose property the 30 desire to pay their Spartan mercenaries. The regime of the best men quickly devolves into a syndicate of gangsters. Critias, the leader, is the most chilling figure of all. He is not a mindless brute. He is a scholar, a playwright, and a former member of Socrates' inner circle. He can quote Homer while signing a death warrant. This terrifies Plato more than anything else. He sees that high culture and high crimes can coexist in the same soul. The man who discussed virtue in the seminars is now orchestrating a reign of terror that kills 1,500 Athenians in less than a year, more than the Spartans killed in the last decade of the war. Plato withdraws, his political ambitions curdling into nausea. He realizes that the order he craved is merely violence in a mask. But the 30 are not content with just killing. They want to spread the guilt. They want to make the rest of the city accomplices to their crimes, staining the hands of decent men so that no one can claim moral superiority. And inevitably, their eyes turn to the old stonecutter. Critias knows Socrates well. He knows the old man's stubbornness, his annoying commitment to justice. Perhaps he wants to break him, or perhaps he wants to use Socrates' reputation to legitimize the regime. The 30 summon Socrates and 4 other citizens to the Tholos, the round building that serves as the headquarters of the government. They give a simple, direct order. Go to the island of Salamis, arrest a wealthy general named Leon, and bring him back for execution. Leon has committed no crime. His only offense is being rich and respected. It is a test. If Socrates obeys, he becomes a tool of the tyranny, his moral authority shattered. If he refuses, he defies the most ruthless men in Greece. The other 4 men, terrified, scramble to the port to catch a boat to Salamis. They choose survival. Socrates, however, does something that is almost baffling in its simplicity. He leaves the tholos, walks out into the sunlight, and turns toward his house. He does not go to Salamis. He does not go to the agora to make a speech. He simply goes home. Later, he would explain his reasoning with that characteristic blend of humility and iron. "I care not a jot for death," he said, a phrase that must have sounded like thunder in the silence of a cowed city. He would rather die than commit an unjust act. It was a passive resistance of the highest order. He didn't fight the gods. He just ignored the authority of the unjust. He sat in his house, waiting for the knock on the door that would surely come. The only reason it didn't was pure chance, or perhaps fate. The regime was crumbling too fast to bother with one stubborn philosopher. The exiles, led by the Democrat Thrasybulus, were gathering in the snowy passes of Phyle, preparing to retake the city. The civil war that followed was brutal and short. The forces of democracy stormed the Piraeus. In the street, fighting that ensued, Critias was killed, screaming orders until the end. The 30 fell, and the tenuous bruised democracy was restored in 403 BC. For Plato, the relief is mixed with a profound, lingering horror. He has seen the two extremes of political life, the chaotic stupidity of the mob during the war and the cold-blooded cruelty of the elite during the tyranny. Both have failed. Both have destroyed justice. And hauntingly, the man at the center of the storm, Critias, was a student of Socrates. This fact does not escape the notice of the newly restored Democrats. Historians still argue intensely about how much blame Socrates bears for the crimes of his students. Did his questioning of tradition untether men like Critias from moral norms, turning them into sociopaths? Or did Critias simply take the skills of argument and twist them for his own ends, ignoring the moral core of the teaching? To the average Athenian, the distinction didn't matter. They looked at the ruins of their city, the fresh graves of the 1,500 victims, and they remembered who Critias used to hang out with. They remembered the old man who taught the young to question the laws. The restoration of democracy brings an amnesty, a pledge to forget the crimes of the past, to prevent an endless cycle of revenge. No one shall remember the evils, they swear. It is a noble attempt to heal. But memory is not so easily legislated. The resentment simmers beneath the surface. The Democrats are paranoid, fearful of another coup, looking for the intellectual roots of the tyranny so they can rip them out. Socrates is no longer just a nuisance. He is now seen as the poisonous soil that grew the monsters. Plato, now 24, sees the danger closing in. He sees that the virtuous refusal of Socrates to arrest Leon of Salamis means nothing to a city looking for a scapegoat. The irony is bitter. Socrates defied the tyrants, yet the Democrats will kill him for being a tyrant's teacher. The net is tightening. The old man is 70 years old, safe in his poverty, or so he thinks. But in the shadows of the restored courts, a tanner named Anytus is sharpening his quill, preparing an indictment that will finish what the Spartans started. The shadow of the hemlock is beginning to stretch across the floor. The year 399 BC arrives not with a thunderclap, but with the scratch of a stylus on wax. We stand before the Stoa Basileos, the royal stoa, located at the northwest corner of the agora. This is the office of the king archon, the magistrate responsible for religious affairs and homicide. It is a place of official weight, where the smell of incense from nearby altars mixes with the dust of the bustling market. Pinned to the notice board, among the announcements of festivals and legal disputes, is a new indictment. It is short, brutal, and terrifying in its implications. It reads, Socrates is guilty of refusing to recognize the gods recognized by the state and of introducing other new divinities. He is also guilty of corrupting the youth. The penalty demanded, death. The man who physically posted the charge is a young obscure poet named Meletus, a man with straight hair, a beard which is ill-grown, and a hook nose, as Plato later describes him. But everyone in Athens knows that Meletus is merely a puppet. The strings are being pulled by Anytus, a powerful, wealthy politician and a hero of the democratic restoration. Anytus hates Socrates with a personal fury. Some historians suggest his anger is rooted in a private tragedy. His own son, whom he hoped would take over the family tanning business, had been allured by Socrates' philosophy, becoming drunk on questions and rejecting his father's trade. Anytus sees Socrates not just as a political threat, but as a homewrecker, a Pied Piper seducing the children of Athens away from their duties. To Anytus, this trial is an act of civic hygiene. He is cleaning the city of a parasite. The charges are carefully crafted to bypass the amnesty of 403 BC. The prosecutors cannot legally say, "We are killing you because you taught Critias the tyrant." That would violate the oath of no remembrance. So, they pivot to religion. They charge him with asabeia, impiety. They seize upon Socrates' well-known claim that he hears a divine sign, or daimonion, a private inner voice that forbids him from doing wrong. To the jury, this sounds like a secret, unauthorized cult. In a city where religion is public, communal, and tied to the safety of the state, a private god is treason. If the gods are angry, they punish the whole city. Plague, famine, defeat. By worshipping wrongly, Socrates is risking everyone's safety. It is a masterstroke of legal maneuvering. They are trying him for heresy to punish him for politics. Socrates, upon receiving the summons, behaves with characteristically maddening calm. On the steps of the King Archon's office, he runs into an acquaintance named Euthyphro, a professional soothsayer. Euthyphro is there to prosecute his own father for murder, a shocking violation of filial piety, claiming he is doing it because he knows exactly what the gods want. Socrates, standing at death's door, lights up. He engages Euthyphro in a dialogue, feigning ignorance, asking him to define piety. "My dear Euthyphro," he effectively says, "since you are so wise that you can prosecute your own father, surely you can teach me what piety is, so I can explain it to the court and save my life." It is the ultimate Socratic irony. Even as the executioner sharpens the blade, Socrates is still trying to educate the man standing next to him. He treats his own impending death as a secondary inconvenience to the primary problem of bad logic. The day of the trial dawns hot and tense. The court is not a panel of 12 judges. It is a massive crowd of 501 citizens, selected by lottery to ensure a cross-section of the city. They sit on wooden benches, a sea of faces, farmers, shopkeepers, veterans, rowers. They are the mob that Plato fears, the very people Socrates has spent his life pestering. They are paid 3 obols a day to sit there, a small sum that attracts the elderly and the poor. They bring with them their prejudices, their gossip, and their memories of the war. They look at the old man standing in the dock, barefoot, wearing his threadbare cloak, and they do not see a philosopher. They see the man Aristophanes mocked in the comedy The Clouds, the thinker who floats in a basket and makes the worse argument appear the stronger. They see the teacher of traitors. The procedure is strict. The trial will last 1 day. The prosecution gets a measured amount of time, marked by the dripping of water in the clepsydra, the water clock. Then, the defense gets equal time. Finally, the jury will vote with bronze ballots, a solid hub for acquittal, a hollow hub for conviction. There is no judge to instruct them on points of law. The 501 men are the law. The atmosphere is less like a modern courtroom and more like a sporting event or a theater performance. The crowd heckles, mutters, and shifts. They expect a show. They expect the accused to grovel. Socrates stands before them, 70 years old, his face lined with the sun and wind of Attica. He looks at the water clock, then at the jury. He knows the game. He knows he is supposed to plead for his life. But he has decided to play a different game entirely. He will not speak to their emotions. He will speak to their reason, even if they have none. He begins his defense, his apologia, not by apologizing, but by correcting their grammar. "I do not know what effect my accusers have had upon you, gentlemen," he begins, "but for my own part, I was almost carried away by them. Their arguments were so convincing. On the other hand, scarcely a word of what they said was true." Plato, sitting in the crowd, likely near the front with his brother Adimantus, watches his teacher. He sees the trap closing. He knows that Socrates' refusal to use the standard rhetorical tricks, the flattery, the tears, is a form of suicide. But he also sees the immense dignity of it. Socrates is effectively saying, "I will not insult your intelligence by acting like a coward, and I will not insult the God of truth by lying to save my skin." The trial has begun, but it is not Socrates who is on trial. In his own mind, it is Athens. He is putting the city to the test one last time. Can they handle the truth? The water in the clock drips steadily, counting down the seconds of the golden age, and every drop brings the verdict closer. The clay vessel of the clepsydra drips its final measurements of water, marking the passage of time with a maddening, rhythmic consistency. In the sweltering enclosure of the court, the air is thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and the dust kicked up by hundreds of shifting sandals. Socrates stands at the center of this sensory storm, a calm island in a sea of agitation. He begins his defense, but it is unlike any defense the Athenians have ever heard. A standard defense speech, or apologia, is a ritual of submission. The accused is expected to flatter the jury, to praise the wisdom of the common man, and to beg for mercy with tears in his eyes. He is expected to bring out his weeping wife and small children, parading their vulnerability to tug at the heartstrings of the judges. But Socrates has left Xanthippe at home. He stands alone. He tells the jury, with a politeness that edges dangerously close to condescension, that he will not resort to dramatics because it would be shameful for him and shameful for the city. He is treating the court of law as if it were a seminar on ethics. And the jury, men who are used to being courted and feared, are beginning to bristle. They do not want to be lectured. They want to be begged. Socrates addresses the accusations by first peeling back the layers of time. He identifies his old accusers, the years of gossip, the comedies of Aristophanes, the whispers in the marketplace that labeled him a dangerous eccentric. He knows that this prejudice is the real enemy, far more deadly than the specific charges of Miletus. He patiently explains that he is not a sophist. He has no special knowledge of the heavens or the underworld. He is simply a man who knows nothing. He recounts the story of the oracle at Delphi, framing his annoying habit of questioning people not as a nuisance, but as a divine mission. Men of Athens, he declares, his voice rasping slightly, but carrying to the back rows where Plato sits. I am a gadfly, given to the state by God, and the state is a great and noble steed, who is tardy in his motions owing to his very size, and requires to be stirred into life. It is a metaphor of stunning audacity. He is telling the 501 men who hold his life in their hands that they are a lazy horse, and he is the stinging fly that keeps them awake. He is not asking for forgiveness. He is claiming that he is a gift to the city, a necessary irritant that prevents them from sleeping the sleep of death. He warns them, if you kill me, you will not easily find another like me. The murmur in the crowd grows to a roar. The jurors are insulted. They are the sovereign people of Athens, the victors of the Persian wars, the builders of the Parthenon, and this barefoot old man is calling them sluggish cattle. Yet, amidst the anger, there is a strange magnetic pull to his words. He speaks of his daimonion, the divine sign that warns him when he is about to do wrong. He speaks of his service in the war, reminding them that he stood his ground at Delium and Potidaea when others fled. He is painting a picture of a life lived in total alignment with conscience. He looks Anytus in the eye and says, I will obey God rather than you. It is a declaration of spiritual independence that echoes off the stone walls. He is effectively saying that the laws of the city are subordinate to the laws of truth. To the Democrats, terrified of another tyranny, this sounds like treason. To Plato, watching with white-knuckled hands, it sounds like the only sanity left in the world. Then comes the vote. The herald calls for the jurors to cast their ballots. They file past the urns, dropping in the bronze discs. The sound of metal clinking against metal is the sound of fate sealing shut. When the count is announced, the result is surprisingly close. Out of 501 votes, roughly 280 are for conviction and 221 for acquittal. A shift of only 30 votes would have saved him. Socrates is surprised. He expected to lose by a landslide. I did not think the votes would be so nearly equal, he muses, almost cheerfully. But the trial is not over. In Athenian law, after a guilty verdict, the prosecution proposes a penalty, death, and the defense must propose a counter-penalty. The jury then chooses between the two. The system is designed to force moderation. The prosecutor asks for death to scare the defendant, and the defendant asks for a heavy fine or exile to save his life, and the jury usually picks the lesser punishment. It is a negotiation. This is the moment where Socrates truly seals his fate. His friends, including Plato and Crito, are frantically signaling him to propose exile. If he leaves Athens, he lives. The jury wants him to say exile. They don't really want to kill the old man. They just want him to shut up and go away. But Socrates refuses to play the game. He reasons thus: I have spent my life doing good for the city. I have neglected my own affairs to care for your souls. I have tried to make you virtuous. Therefore, what do I deserve? He pauses, a twinkle of that fatal humor in his eyes. I propose that my punishment be free meals at the Prytaneum for the rest of my life. The Prytaneum was the sacred dining hall, where Olympic victors and heroes were fed at public expense. The audacity is breathtaking. He is suggesting that instead of drinking poison, he should be treated like a gold medal athlete. The court explodes. It is viewed as an act of supreme arrogance, a mockery of the judicial process. He is spitting in their faces. Seeing the disaster, his friends frantically intervene. Plato, in a rare moment of direct historical action, stands up. He is young, likely distraught, and he offers to vouch for a fine. Plato here, and Crito and Critobulus and Apollodorus bid me propose a penalty of 30 minas, and they will be sureties for the money. Socrates amends. 30 minas is a substantial sum, a fortune that would take a skilled worker years to earn. It shows that Plato is putting his entire inheritance on the line to save his teacher. But the damage is done. The joke about the free meals has hardened the jury's hearts. They feel mocked. When the second vote is taken to decide the penalty, the margin shifts drastically. More people vote to kill him than voted he was guilty in the first place. He has talked his way into the grave. Socrates accepts the death sentence with a terrifying tranquility. He turns to the jurors one last time, not to beg, but to prophesy. I am old, and death would have caught me soon anyway, he says. But you, my executioners, I tell you that a vengeance will come upon you immediately after my death, much harder to bear than that which you have inflicted on me. He warns them that by killing him, they are not silencing criticism, they are only multiplying it. For those who will cross-examine you will be more numerous, and they will be younger and more annoying. He is speaking, of course, of Plato and the others. He is predicting the birth of the Socratic dialogues, the literary vengeance that will prosecute Athens for eternity. He ends with the words that have become the secular prayer of philosophy. The unexamined life is not worth living. He explains that he cannot stop questioning, for to stop would be to disobey the god. He looks at death not as a terror, but as a dreamless sleep or a migration of the soul to a place where he can question the heroes of old. Odysseus, Agamemnon, Homer. Who would not part with a great deal to purchase that? He asks. He is eager for the next conversation. As the guards step forward to lead him away, he offers a final comfort to the friends who are weeping. The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our ways. I to die, and you to live. Which is better, God only knows. Plato watches him go. The broad-shouldered young man is devastated, his faith in the city shattered. He sees the most righteous man of the age being led away in chains because he dared to tell the truth. The trauma of this moment acts as a psychological break. Plato realizes that a world where Socrates is killed is a world that is fundamentally upside down. It is a world of shadows, not substance. The seed of the two worlds theory is planted here, in the tears of the verdict. If justice cannot be found in the Athenian court, it must exist somewhere else, in a realm beyond the reach of bronze ballots and angry tanners. The sun dips low, casting the agora in a blood-red light, and the gadfly is taken to the prison to wait for the end. But the end will not come tonight. A strange religious technicality is about to buy them one final month of twilight conversations. The ship from Delos is still at sea. The iron gates of the prison, carved into the rocky hillside just southwest of the agora, swing shut with a finality that echoes in the bones of the listeners. Socrates is now an inmate of the Desmoterion, a grim windowless structure where the state holds those condemned to die. By all rights, the execution should happen immediately. The sun should set on his life the same day the verdict was read. But history, or perhaps the gods, intervenes with a strange and poetic delay. It is the season of the sacred embassy to Delos. Every year, the Athenians send a ship to the holy island of Apollo to commemorate the legendary victory of Theseus over the Minotaur. According to tradition, Theseus saved the youth of Athens from being devoured by the beast, and in gratitude, the city vowed to send a mission of thanksgiving annually. During this holy voyage, the city must remain ritually pure. No public executions are allowed. The ship has just been crowned with laurel wreaths and sent out of the harbor. Until it returns, the hands of the executioner are tied. This religious technicality grants Socrates a final month of life, a long twilight in which the prison cell becomes the most important classroom in Greece. For 30 days, while the ship battles the winds of the Aegean, Socrates sits in his cell, his legs often in shackles, yet his spirit utterly unconfined. His friends come every day, arriving at dawn when the prison officer, who has grown fond of the old man, unlocks the door. They crowd into the small stone room. Crito, Antisthenes, Oiscines, and of course Plato, though his presence is often silent and heavy with grief. They expect to find Socrates weeping or pacing in terror. Instead, they find him composing poetry. He tells them he had a recurring dream commanding him to make music and work at it. So just to be safe before he dies, he is turning Aesop's fables into verse. It is a touch of light-hearted diligence in the face of the abyss. He is tidying up his soul, just in case. But the tension rises as the days pass. The ship is the clock. Every morning, they check the wind, dreading the news that the vessel has been sighted off Cape Sunium. One morning, well before dawn, while the stars are still out, Crito arrives at the prison. He finds Socrates sleeping peacefully, breathing deeply like a child. Crito sits in the dark, watching him, amazed that a man so close to death can sleep so soundly. When Socrates wakes, Crito delivers the desperate news. The ship has been reported at Sunium. It will arrive today or tomorrow. The end is here. But Crito has not come just to bring news. He has come to bring a solution. He is a wealthy man, and he has arranged everything. The gods have been bribed. They will look the other way. A safe house is waiting in Thessaly, a wild region to the north, where the laws of Athens have no reach. Socrates, Crito pleads, grabbing the old man's hand, do not betray yourself. If you die, people will say I was too cheap to save my friend. Think of your children. Think of us. You are playing into the hands of your enemies by letting them kill you. Escape is easy. The door is practically open. It is the temptation of Christ in the desert, translated into Athenian terms. Socrates is offered life, freedom, and safety. All he has to do is walk out the door. But Socrates gently pulls his hand away and begins the argument that defines the concept of the social contract. He asks Crito to calm down and think. We must not consider what the many will say, he insists, but what the expert on justice would say. He then personifies the laws of Athens. He imagines the laws standing before him in the cell, tall and stern, asking him a question. Tell us, Socrates, what are you doing? By escaping, are you not trying to destroy us? Socrates explains that the laws gave him birth by sanctioning his parents' marriage, education, and citizenship. He has lived in Athens for 70 years, rarely leaving, enjoying the protection and benefits of the city. By staying, he entered into a tacit agreement to obey the laws, even when they are unfavorable. You had the choice to leave if you didn't like us, the laws would say. But you stayed. Now, because the verdict went against you, perhaps unjustly, due to men, not the laws themselves, you want to break the contract. You would return evil for evil. If you flee, you will be a lawbreaker in reality, confirming the jury's verdict. You will arrive in Thessaly as a fugitive, a destroyer of systems. And when you die, how will you face the laws of the underworld, knowing you betrayed their brothers here on earth? Plato, listening to this account, or later reconstructing it in the dialogue Crito, realizes something profound. Socrates is not dying because he is weak. He is dying because he is strong. He is choosing to die rather than break the rule of law. He is validating the very system that condemned him, showing that the citizen's duty transcends his personal survival. It is a terrifyingly high standard of integrity. Socrates looks at Crito, his eyes clear and kind. This is the voice I hear murmuring in my ears, like the sound of the flute in the ears of the mystic, he says. It prevents me from hearing any other. Crito, defeated by this wall of moral granite, hangs his head. I have nothing to say, Socrates, he whispers. The escape is called off. The bribe money stays in the purse. The door remains shut. Socrates has sentenced himself to death a second time, not by the vote of the mob, but by the vote of his own conscience. Historians still argue about whether the historical Socrates actually held this view of absolute obedience, or if Plato invented it to protect Socrates' memory from the charge of being an anarchist. But the effect is the same. The old man sits back against the cold stone wall, rubbing his leg where the fetters have chafed him, and waits. The sun rises over Mount Hymettus, turning the sky a pale, watery pink. And then, the messenger arrives. The ship from Delos has docked at the Piraeus. The garlanded prow has touched the pier. The sacred voyage is over. The city is no longer ritually pure. The executioner begins to grind the hemlock. The day of the execution, the final day of Socrates' life, unfolds with a strange, suspended grace. It is late afternoon. The sun, a heavy, molten disk, is beginning its descent toward the mountains of the Peloponnese, casting long, bruised shadows across the floor of the cell. The friends have been there since morning. Simmias, Sebes, Crito, Apollodorus, and others, turning the prison into a seminar room one last time. Xanthippe had been there earlier, holding their youngest son in her arms. But her grief was so raw, her wailing so piercing, that Socrates had gently asked Crito to have someone take her home. It is a moment often criticized as cold, but in the context of the ancient philosopher, it was an attempt to maintain the calm necessary for the final journey. He wanted no distractions from the work of dying well. He spends his last hours not saying goodbye, but arguing for the immortality of the soul, comparing himself to a swan that sings its most beautiful song just before it dies, not out of sadness, but out of joy at joining the god. As the sun touches the horizon, the jailer enters. He is a simple public slave, and he is weeping. He tells Socrates that he is the noblest, gentlest, and bravest man who has ever entered this place. He apologizes for what he must do, then turns away to hide his tears. It is a touching human moment. The system that kills him is composed of men who love him. Socrates looks at the man with genuine affection and says, "How charming the man is. Since I have been in prison, he has always been coming to see me. And now see how generously he sorrows for me." He turns to Crito. "Let the cup be brought, if the poison is prepared." Crito hesitates. He points to the window, to the distant hills where the sun still lingers. "The sun is still upon the hilltops," he pleads. "Many a one has taken the draught late." He is begging for another hour, another few minutes of breath. But Socrates shakes his head. To delay, he says, would be to cling to life like a glutton clinging to the last crumbs of a feast. It would make him ridiculous in his own eyes. He nods to the slave, who goes out and returns with the executioner, carrying a cup of crushed hemlock, conium maculatum. Socrates looks at the man and asks, quite practically, "You, my good friend, who are experienced in these matters, what must I do?" The executioner explains, "You have only to drink it, and then walk about until your legs are heavy, and then lie down, and the poison will act." He hands the cup to Socrates. The old man takes it without a tremble in his hand, without a change of color or expression. He looks up at the man, peering out from under his brows with his famous bull-like gaze, and asks if he can pour a libation, a small offering of the liquid to a god. The executioner replies, "We only prepared just enough." Socrates smiles. "I understand, but at least I may, and must, pray to the gods that my journey from this world to the other may be prosperous." He raises the cup to his lips and drinks it down, cheerfully, readily, as if it were a cup of wine at a banquet. A collective gasp goes through the room. Until this moment, the reality had been held at bay by the conversation. Now, the poison is inside him. Apollodorus, a particularly emotional friend, breaks down into a storm of weeping. Crito covers his face. The sound of their grief fills the stone chamber. Socrates lowers the empty cup and scolds them gently. "What is this strange outcry?" he asks. "I sent away the women mainly in order that they might not offend in this way, for I have heard that a man should die in peace. Be quiet and have patience." The room falls silent, shamed by the dying man's composure. Socrates begins to walk about the cell as instructed. He paces back and forth, the barefoot steps that had traversed the agora for decades now measuring the final distance of his life. After a while, he says his legs are feeling heavy. He lies down on the simple bed, covering himself with a sheet. The executioner comes over and pinches his foot hard, asking if he feels it. Socrates says no. The numbness is rising, moving up from the feet to the legs, turning the body to stone while the mind remains clear. It is a cold death, a gradual freezing of the vitality. Historians and toxicologists still argue about this description. Hemlock poisoning is typically violent, involving convulsions and vomiting. Plato's account of a peaceful, numbing death might be sanitized, a literary choice to grant his master a death as rational as his life. Or perhaps, as some suggest, the executioner mixed the hemlock with opium or wine to ease the passage for such a respected prisoner. Regardless of the chemistry, the metaphysics are profound. Socrates uncovers his face one last time. His eyes are already glazing over, looking past the ceiling of the prison into the great unknown. He speaks his final words, a riddle that has puzzled scholars for 2.5 millennia. Crito, he whispers, we owe a cock to Asclepius. Pay it, and do not neglect it. Asclepius was the god of healing. It was customary to sacrifice a rooster to him when recovering from an illness. Socrates is suggesting that life, this confusing, shadowy, physical existence, is a sickness, and death is the cure. He is not dying, he is recovering. He is being healed of the limitation of the body. Crito, leaning close, his tears falling on the old man's hand, promises, it shall be done. Is there anything else? But there is no answer. A slight movement shakes the body, and the eyes become fixed. Crito reaches out and closes his mouth and eyes. The gadfly of Athens is dead. The sun has fully set now, and the cell is plunged into twilight. Plato, whether present in the corner or grieving in his own bed, feels the impact of this moment like a physical blow. The wisest, most just, and best man of their time has been extinguished by the city he tried to save. For Plato, this is the end of the first act of his life. The execution of Socrates is the big bang of his philosophical universe. The trauma forces a separation in his mind. If the world can kill Socrates, then the world is fundamentally flawed. Justice cannot be a matter of opinion or vote. It must be something solid, eternal, and untouched by human hands. As the friends slowly file out of the prison, leaving the cooling body in the dark, they carry with them a burden. They are no longer just students. They are witnesses, and the young wrestler with the broad shoulders knows that he cannot just mourn. He must fight back. He must build a fortress of words that will protect the truth forever. But for now, he cannot stay in Athens. The city is too dangerous, too full of ghosts. He must run. The flight of the owl is about to begin. The death of Socrates in 399 BC did not just silence a voice. It shattered the safety of his inner circle. Athens, once the cradle of free speech, now felt like a trap. The men who had gathered in the prison cell were marked. The democratic mob, having tasted the blood of the master, might soon develop a hunger for the students. For Plato, now roughly 28 years old, the city of his birth had become a graveyard of his ideals. He walked the streets where he had once wrestled and debated, but every corner held a ghost. The Knicks, the Agora, the wrestling schools, they were all tainted by the memory of the trial. He realized that to understand what had happened and to find the justice that Athens had murdered, he had to leave. He had to step out of the cave. The flight began quickly. Plato, along with other prominent Socratic disciples like Xenophon and Antisthenes, fled the city. It was a self-imposed exile, a refugee movement of the intellect. They traveled first to the nearby city of Megara, just a few dozen miles to the west. Megara was an ironic choice. It was a bitter rival of Athens, a Doric city allied with Sparta during the war. But it was also home to Euclid of Megara, not the famous geometer, but a philosopher who had been present at Socrates' death. Euclid offered them sanctuary. Imagine the scene. A group of grieving, brilliant young men, huddled in a foreign house, arguing late into the night. They were trying to process the trauma. They dissected the trial, the arguments, the definitions. It was here, in the safety of exile, that the Socratic schools began to diverge. Antisthenes would go on to inspire the cynics, emphasizing Socrates' poverty and toughness. Aristippus would focus on pleasure, but Plato sat back, listening, realizing that none of them had the full picture. They were picking up pieces of the mirror, but the reflection was fragmented. From Megara, Plato's journey expanded into a decade of wandering that historians call his travels. This period is wrapped in mist and legend, a blank spot on the map where the young philosopher disappears and the mature thinker emerges. It is the odyssey of his mind. He traveled not as a tourist, but as a seeker, looking for the ancient wisdom that might explain the failure of Athens. He went to Italy to study with the Pythagoreans. This was a crucial turning point. The Pythagoreans were a secretive, mystical cult who believed that all is number. They taught that the universe was not made of earth and water, but of mathematical harmonies. They believed in the transmigration of the soul, that the soul is immortal and reborn in different bodies. For Plato, meeting the Pythagoreans was like finding the missing key. Socrates had focused on ethics, on how to be good. The Pythagoreans focused on metaphysics, on the structure of reality. Plato began to fuse the two. He saw that if he wanted to prove that justice was real, he needed to anchor it in something more solid than human opinion. He needed the certainty of mathematics. He began to see the world not as a random collection of events, but as a cosmos ordered by ratio and proportion. The forms were beginning to take shape in his mind, not as vague concepts, but as mathematical realities. There are persistent, though debated rumors that he traveled even further. Some ancient biographies claim he went to Cyrene in North Africa to study geometry with the great mathematician Theodorus. Others whisper that he traveled to Egypt, the land of ancient priests and timeless stone. Egypt would have been a revelation to a Greek. Athens was a city of flux, constantly changing laws and leaders. Egypt was a civilization of stasis, where art, religion, and law had remained virtually unchanged for thousands of years. To a man traumatized by the chaos of democracy, Egypt must have looked like a paradise of order. He would have walked among the temples of Heliopolis and Memphis, speaking with priests who told him, as he later wrote in the Timaeus, "O Solon, Solon, you Greeks are always children. There is no such thing as an old Greek." They meant that the Greeks had no ancient memory, no stable tradition. Plato wanted that stability. He wanted a truth that didn't age. This decade of travel was his graduate school. He was stripping away his Athenian prejudices, absorbing the mysticism of the East and the mathematics of the West. He was becoming a cosmopolitan thinker, a citizen of the world. But he was also a lonely figure. We must picture him on the deck of a merchant ship, watching the stars wheel overhead, the same stars that Socrates had looked at from his prison window. He was carrying the ghost of his teacher with him everywhere, writing the early dialogues in his head, refining the voice of Socrates until it became a perfect instrument of inquiry. He was preparing to return, not as a wrestler or a poet, but as a founder. But before he could go home, he had one final dangerous stop to make. He had heard of a powerful ruler in Sicily, a tyrant who was said to be interested in philosophy. It was a temptation he couldn't resist. He thought, if I can convert a tyrant to wisdom, I can save a city. It was the Socratic era all over again. The belief that if people only knew the good, they would do the good. So the owl of wisdom flew towards the volcano of Etna, unaware that the feathers were about to get singed. The horizon shifts dramatically. The jagged pine-covered mountains of Greece dissolve into a flat, shimmering expanse of ochre and gold. The air loses its sharp, salty bite and becomes heavy, dry, and ancient, smelling of baked mud, lotus flowers, and the sweet rot of the receding Nile. We are landing in Naucratis, the Greek trading colony on the edge of the Egyptian delta, sometime around 395 BC. Plato steps off the boat, and for the first time in his life, he feels truly small. In Athens, the Parthenon was the measure of all things, a building of human scale designed to glorify the city. Here, the monuments are not human. They are geological. The great pyramids of Gaza, already 2,000 years old when Plato sees them, cut the sky like geometric mountains. They are silent, massive, and terrifyingly permanent. They scream a single word to the young philosopher: stasis. Egypt acts as a hallucinatory shock to Plato's system. He has come from a city of noise, debate, and rapid change, where laws are written in the morning and erased in the evening. Here, he finds a civilization that has refused to change for millennia. The statues of the pharaohs stand with their left foot forward, eyes fixed on eternity, their expressions unreadable and serene. They do not look like the realistic, moving statues of Greek athletes. They look like the forms themselves, perfect, rigid, and immortal. Plato travels up the Nile, likely visiting the great temple complexes at Heliopolis or Memphis. He walks through forests of stone columns, covered in hieroglyphs that hold secrets he cannot read, but desperately wants to understand. He speaks with the priests, men with shaved heads and linen robes, who look at this bearded Greek tourist with a mix of amusement and pity. It is in one of these temples that a conversation takes place, or perhaps it is a conversation he later invents for his dialogue Timaeus, attributing it to his ancestor Solon. The high priest looks at the Greek visitor and sighs, "O Solon, Solon, you Greeks are always children. There is no such thing as an old Greek." When asked what he means, the priest explains, "You are young in soul, every one of you, for therein you possess not a single belief that is ancient, nor any science that is hoary with age." The priest describes how civilizations are destroyed by fire and water again and again, but Egypt, safe in the arms of the Nile, remembers everything. Athens, by contrast, forgets. Every time a catastrophe happens, the Greeks have to start over, relearning their letters and laws like children at a slate. This idea hits Plato with the force of a revelation. The weakness of Athens was its lack of memory, its obsession with the now. The strength of Egypt was its connection to the eternal. But it is not just the history that captivates him. It is the mathematics. The Egyptians are the masters of geometria, literally, earth measuring. Every year the Nile floods, wiping out the boundary markers of the fields. Every year the surveyors come out with ropes and knots to re-establish the lines, using precise geometric principles to restore order from chaos. Plato watches them stretch their chords, forming perfect right angles and triangles. He sees that while the mud of the river changes, the rules of the triangle do not. The 3-4-5 triangle is true before the flood, during the flood, and after the flood. It is immune to the chaos of the physical world. This becomes the cornerstone of his metaphysics. If he can find moral truths that are as rigid and demonstrable as these geometric proofs, he can build a justice that cannot be executed. He begins to see that God is a geometer. The forms are not just poetic ideas, they are the mathematical blueprint of reality. We must also consider the social structure he observes. In Egypt, everyone stays in their lane. The son of a farmer is a farmer. The son of a soldier is a soldier. The priests rule, the warriors fight, and the people produce. There is no messy democracy where a tanner thinks he knows how to run the state. There is a rigid, divinely ordained hierarchy. To a modern ear, this sounds oppressive, and indeed it was. But to Plato, traumatized by the chaotic freedom that killed Socrates, this looks like peace. It looks like a body where the head thinks and the hands work, and the hands don't try to be the head. We can see the faint, ghostly outline of his future masterpiece, the Republic, rising from the Egyptian sands. His ideal city will look suspiciously like a philosophical version of Egypt, a caste system ruled by wisdom, frozen in perfect order. However, historians still argue fiercely about the extent of this journey. Did Plato actually wander the halls of Karnak, or did he simply use Egypt as a literary symbol for ancient wisdom? There is no passport stamp, no diary entry. Some scholars suggest the travels are a later invention by biographers who wanted to give Plato a mystical pedigree, linking him to the same font of wisdom as Pythagoras and Moses. Yet the internal evidence in his later writings, his obsession with Egyptian art laws, his praise of their educational games, and his specific references to their customs, suggests a man who saw it with his own eyes. He writes with the sensory detail of a witness, describing the hollows of the land and the rigidity of the art. Imagine him sitting by the river at dusk, the water turning the color of blood oranges. He is sketching circles in the wet sand with a stick. He draws a circle, then erases it. He draws another. He realizes that every circle he draws is imperfect. It has bumps, it wobbles, it will wash away. But the idea of the circle, the definition of a shape where every point is equidistant from the center, is perfect. It exists in his mind and in the mind of the universe, untouched by the stick or the sand. The physical world is just a bad copy of the true reality. Socrates helped him find the questions. Egypt is helping him find the architecture for the answers. He leaves Egypt changed. He is no longer just looking for a definition of virtue. He is looking for the structure of the cosmos. He packs his scrolls, his head full of pyramids and triangles, and turns his eyes north again. But he is not ready for Athens. He needs to test these new ideas. He needs a laboratory. And word reaches him of a city in Sicily, Syracuse, ruled by a powerful tyrant named Dionysius, a man of immense ambition and reported intellect. Plato thinks, here is the raw power. If I can add Egyptian stability and Socratic wisdom to this power, I can create the perfect state. It is the most dangerous experiment of his life. He boards a ship bound for the volcanic island, trading the silence of the Sphinx for the lion's den of the tyrant. The ship cuts through the Ionian Sea, leaving the timeless sands of Egypt for the volatile volcanic soil of Sicily. The year is roughly 387 BC, and Plato, now approaching 40, is sailing into the heart of the Western Greek world, Syracuse. If Athens was the brain of Greece and Sparta the fist, Syracuse was its stomach. It was a city of immense wealth, staggering luxury, and legendary gluttony. The accounts of the time describe Syracusan tables groaning under the weight of roasted meats, sweet wines, and decadent pastries. It was a place where life was lived in a sensory fever, but beneath the golden veneer lay a foundation of iron. The city was ruled by Dionysius I, a tyrant of such cunning and ruthlessness that he had turned Syracuse into the most powerful military machine in the Mediterranean. He was the prototype of the strongman, paranoid, brilliant, and utterly amoral. He lived in a fortress within a fortress, surrounded by mercenaries, trusting no one, not even his barber, whose daughters were forced to singe his beard with hot walnut shells because he feared the touch of a razor. Plato arrives not as a conqueror, but as a curiosity. He has been invited, or perhaps lured, to the court. He carries with him the naive hope that he can do what Socrates failed to do: transplant philosophy into the heart of power. He looks at Dionysius and sees a potential vessel. The tyrant is not a brute. He is a man of culture who writes tragedies, bad ones, and covets intellectual prestige. Plato believes that if he can just show Dionysius the beauty of justice, the tyrant will transform into a benevolent king, and Syracuse will become a utopia. It is the first great test of the philosopher-king theory, long before it was written down in the Republic. But the encounter is a disaster of chemistry. Plato, accustomed to the rough and tumble debates of the Athenian agora, where truth was the only currency, speaks to Dionysius with fertile candor. When the tyrant asks him about happiness, Plato replies that no unjust man can truly be happy, no matter how much gold he possesses. He argues that the tyrant, enslaved by his own fears and desires, is the most miserable of all men. Dionysius, surrounded by sycophants who tell him he is a god, turns purple. He did not invite a philosopher to be lectured. He invited one to be entertained. The conversation snaps. "You talk like an old dotard," the tyrant spits. Plato, unflinching, replies, "And you talk like a tyrant." It is a moment that should have ended in execution. But amidst the tension, a different spark is struck. Not with the tyrant, but with his brother-in-law, a young nobleman named Dion. Dion is 20 years old, strikingly handsome, and possesses a soul that is starving for substance in a city of fluff. While Dionysius fumes, Dion listens to Plato with a rapture that borders on religious conversion. He absorbs the Socratic teachings like dry earth drinking rain. He rejects the decadent lifestyle of the court, the endless banquets and intrigues, and pledges himself to virtue. This bond between Plato and Dion becomes one of the most intense and consequential relationships in the history of philosophy. It is a mix of mentorship, intellectual romance, and shared political dreaming. Dion becomes the student Plato always wanted, the proof that his system can work. But this very success makes him dangerous. Dionysius sees his own inner circle being corrupted by this Athenian guest. The tyrant's jealousy is piqued, not just of Plato's mind, but of his influence over Dion. The situation deteriorates rapidly. Dionysius, tired of being told he is miserable, decides to get rid of the gadfly. He arranges for Plato to be put on a Spartan ship commanded by a captain named Polus. The orders given to the captain are chillingly ambiguous. Bring him back to Athens, or kill him, or sell him. It doesn't matter, for if he is a philosopher, he will be happy even in chains. The ship sets sail, but it does not go to Athens. It stops at the island of Aegina. Here the story takes a turn so dramatic that historians still argue over its veracity, though the core event is widely accepted. Aegina was at war with Athens, and any Athenian caught on the island could be legally enslaved. Plato, the descendant of kings, the greatest mind of his generation, is dragged off the ship and put on the auction block in the slave market. Stand in the crowd and imagine the scene. The man who wrote about the ethereal forms, about the flight of the soul, now standing in the dust. being poked and prodded by buyers looking for a tutor or a scribe. The indignity is absolute. He is stripped of his name, his rank, and his freedom. He is just a body for sale. The bidding begins. It is the nadir of his life, the physical manifestation of the world's blindness. But fate, as it often does in Greek tragedies, intervenes. A man named Anaceres, a philosopher from the Cyrenaic school who happens to be in Aegina, perhaps for the Olympic Games or trade, recognizes the figure on the block. He is shocked. He pays the ransom, 20 minae, a considerable sum, and buys Plato's freedom on the spot. When Plato's friends back in Athens try to repay Anaceres, he refuses the money, saying that the Athenians are not the only ones who can appreciate a good philosopher. Plato returns to Athens, but he is not the same man who left. He has seen the world. He has seen the silence of the pyramids, the chaos of the tyrant's court, and the humiliation of the slave market. He has tested his ideas against reality, and reality has bitten back hard. He realizes that wandering is over. He cannot change the world by whispering in the ears of kings. At least, not yet. He needs a fortress. He needs a place where he can train a new generation of Dions, untainted by the corruption of the city. He needs to build a machine that will produce wisdom. He walks to a grove of olive trees just outside the city walls, a park dedicated to a local hero named Hecademos. It is a quiet place, shaded by plane trees and fed by cool streams. It is far enough from the noise of the agora to think, but close enough to influence the city. He looks at the land, purchased perhaps with the money Anaceres refused to take back. He decides to plant his flag here. He will not build a temple to a god, nor a fortress for soldiers. He will build a school. And so, in roughly 387 BC, the academy is born. The wandering owl has found its nest, and the intellectual history of the West is about to find its home. The road to wisdom begins at the Dipylon Gate, the double-doored entrance on the northwest edge of Athens. We leave behind the noise of the market, the shouting of the fishmongers, and the suffocating memory of the courtroom. We walk along a wide, dusty road lined with the monuments of the dead, the Ceramicus Cemetery, where the heroes of the wars lie under marble steles. It is a fitting path, a journey through the silent history of the city to reach its future. After walking about 6 stadia, roughly a mile, the dust settles and the air changes. The temperature drops as we step under the canopy of ancient gnarled olive trees and towering plains. We have arrived at the Grove of Academus. This land has a sacred history long before philosophy arrived. It is named after Hecademus, an obscure mythological hero. Legend says that when Helen of Troy was kidnapped as a child by the Athenian king Theseus, her brothers, the Castor and Pollux, marched on Athens to burn it to the ground. Hecademos was the one who revealed where she was hidden, saving the city from destruction. For this act of betrayal turned salvation, the Spartans always spared this grove whenever they invaded Attica. While they burned the farms and cut down the orchards of the countryside, the Grove of Academus remained untouched, a green island of peace in a sea of war. It is the perfect location for Plato. He is seeking a place that is safe from the madness of politics, a place that even the enemy respects. He buys a small property here, likely using the 20 minas that Anaceres refused to take back for the ransom. It is a poetic transaction. The money intended to buy a slave is used to buy the freedom of the human mind. In roughly 387 BC, Plato opens the gates and the academy is born. We must be careful not to picture a modern university with lecture halls, administrative offices, and tuition fees. The academy is something far more intimate and religious. It is legally registered as a theasos, a religious guild dedicated to the worship of the muses, the goddesses of inspiration. This is not just a tax dodge, it is a statement of purpose. In the center of the garden stands a shrine to the muses, and every day begins with a sacrifice or a prayer. Education is not a secular commodity, it is a divine act. The students who gather here do not pay fees. Plato, remembering the greed of the sophists, refuses to charge for wisdom. Instead, they contribute to the communal meals. They live together, eat together, and think together. It is a synusia, a being together. The atmosphere is strikingly different from the agora. Socrates taught in the open, amidst the chaos of butchers and bankers, engaging anyone who walked by. The academy is enclosed. It is private. It is a garden of thinkers, protected by a wall. This marks a massive shift in the history of thought. Philosophy is retreating from the public square, where it was killed, into a sanctuary where it can grow. Critics, both then and now, might call this the creation of the ivory tower, a place where intellectuals hide from the real world. But Plato sees it as a fortress. He is creating a counterculture, a society within a society where the values of the mob do not apply. Here, the loudest voice does not win. The best argument does. Picture the scene in the late afternoon. The light filters through the silver-green leaves of the olive trees, trees that are sacred to Athena and forbidden to be cut down on pain of death. Plato, now a man of 40, with a graying beard and a heavy, thoughtful brow, walks along the gravel paths. He is no longer the broad wrestler of the gymnasium, but the broad mind of the school. He does not lecture from a podium. He walks, and the students walk with him. This peripatetic style keeps the mind and body in rhythm. They discuss not just ethics, but astronomy, biology, and politics. They are not just memorizing facts. They are training to be the future rulers of Greece. Plato's ambition has not shrunk. It has just changed strategy. He realizes he cannot save Athens by shouting in the assembly. He must breed a new generation of leaders, philosopher kings, who will go out and save the city from the top down. Among the students, there is a diversity that would shock a traditional Athenian. There are young aristocrats from the best families, future tyrants, and generals. But there are also rumors, persistent in ancient histories, of two women, Axiothea of Phlius and Lasthenia of Mantinea, who attend the academy dressed in men's tunics. If true, this is revolutionary. In a city where women are kept in the women's quarters and forbidden from public life, Plato's academy offers a loophole of equality based on the mind. The form of the human being transcends gender. The soul, as Plato will later argue, has no sex. The curriculum is rigorous. It is not a place for idle chat. Plato is obsessed with structure. He imposes a discipline of diet, sleep, and study. The chaotic, wine-soaked symposiums of the city are replaced by moderate philosophical drinking parties, where the conversation is the intoxicant. They study the natural world, classifying plants and animals, trying to find the one behind the many. A famous comic fragment from the time mocks the students of the academy, describing them huddled over a pumpkin, arguing for days about whether it is a vegetable, a grass, or a fruit, until a Sicilian doctor farts in their faces to break the tension. The joke reveals how strange this new institution looked to the outside world. Grown men obsessing over definitions in a garden. But the isolation is the point. By separating themselves from the city, they are trying to cure the city. Plato is building a model state in miniature. The academy is a utopia where friends share everything in common. Friends have all things in common was a favorite Pythagorean maxim adopted by the school. It is a brotherhood of the mind. And at the center of it all, invisible but ever present, is the ghost of Socrates. The academy is, in a way, a mausoleum for the old master. Every question asked under the olive trees is a continuation of the questions asked in the prison cell. But there is a crucial difference. Socrates asked questions to expose ignorance. The academy asks questions to build knowledge. They are not just tearing down, they are laying foundations. As night falls over the grove, the students retire to their simple huts. The noise of Athens is a distant hum, like a hive of bees. The stars come out, clear and sharp above the trees. Plato sits in the quiet, listening to the wind in the leaves. He has done it. He has created a space where the hemlock cannot reach. He has built a ship that can sail through time. But to keep this ship afloat, he needs a heavy anchor. He needs a language that is purer than words, a language that cannot be twisted by rhetoric or emotion. He needs the cold, hard certainty of numbers. And so, he prepares to hang a sign over the entrance of his school, a warning and a welcome that will define the curriculum for the next 900 years. The age of the poet is over. The age of the geometer has begun. Step now to the very threshold of the academy, where the shadows of the olive leaves dance upon the stone lintel of the main gate. Here, according to a tradition that has echoed down the corridors of history for centuries, hangs a sign. It is not a religious commandment, nor a political slogan. It is a warning, carved in stark, unyielding letters. Ageometretos medeis eisito. Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here. This inscription acts as a filter, a sieve for the human soul. Plato is effectively saying that before you can ask the big questions about justice or love, you must first master the silent, dispassionate laws of triangles and circles. To the average Athenian, who viewed education as memorizing Homer or learning to make a persuasive speech, this requirement is baffling. Why must a philosopher know math? They aren't building bridges or measuring grain. But to Plato, mathematics is not a trade skill. It is a spiritual solvent. It dissolves the illusions of the senses and scrubs the mind clean, preparing it to see the invisible. Inside the walls, the students do not study math to become engineers. They study it to become recollectors. This brings us to one of Plato's most mystical and profound doctrines, anamnesis, or the theory of recollection. Plato observes that true knowledge doesn't feel like learning something new. It feels like remembering something you always knew but had forgotten. To prove this, he stages a famous demonstration in his dialogue, the Meno, which likely reflects the real experiments happening in the academy's garden. Imagine the scene. Socrates, in the text, calls over a young slave boy, a person considered by Athenian society to be a non-entity, uneducated and empty. Socrates draws a square in the dust. He asks the boy how to double the area of the square. At first, the boy guesses wrong, thinking you just double the length of the sides. Socrates doesn't scold him or give him the answer. He simply asks more questions, drawing more lines, guiding the boy's attention to the diagonals. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widen. He sees it, he realizes, with a jolt of pure insight, that the square built on the diagonal is exactly double the area of the original square. He hasn't been taught this in the sense of having information poured into his ear. He has discovered it from within his own resources. Socrates turns to the observer and smiles. You see, I did not teach him anything. I only asked. He found the knowledge in himself. For Plato, this is earth-shattering proof. If an uneducated slave boy has the eternal truths of geometry locked inside his soul, how did they get there? The answer, Plato concludes, is that the soul is immortal. Before we were born, our souls floated in the realm of the forms, where we saw the perfect circle, the perfect justice, and the perfect good. The trauma of birth, the shock of being imprisoned in a heavy meat sack body, made us forget everything. We are all suffering from cosmic amnesia. Education, therefore, is not the filling of a bucket. It is the lighting of a fire. It is the process of reminding the soul of what it used to know. This doctrine changes the entire atmosphere of the academy. It makes the classroom a sacred space of recovery. When a student struggles with a proof, they aren't stupid. They are just forgetful. When they finally grasp the theorem, that moment of aha is a reunion with their divine past. Mathematics is the best tool for this because it is the least physical thing we have. You can argue about whether an act is just, but you cannot argue about whether 2 plus 2 = 4. It forces the mind to leave the swamp of opinion and climb the ladder of certainty. It trains the eye of the soul to look at things that don't change. Historians and philologists still argue about whether the famous sign over the door actually existed physically, or if it was a later legend symbolizing the school's curriculum. No archaeological trace of the inscription has ever been found, but the spirit of the sign was undeniably real. The Academy was the first institution in history to treat mathematics as the prerequisite for philosophy. This decision would bind the two disciplines together for millennia, from the Neoplatonists to Kepler to Newton to Einstein. They all followed the path laid down in the olive grove, looking for the mathematical mind of God behind the chaotic curtain of the world. There is a gentle humor in the daily life of these math-obsessed mystics. We can imagine the frustration of the new students, young hotshots from wealthy families who want to learn how to rule empires, being told to sit down and study the properties of the dodecahedron for 2 years. But Master Plato, they might whine, how will knowing about isosceles triangles help me defeat the Spartans? Plato would look at them with his deep, penetrating gaze and explain that if they cannot distinguish a true triangle from a fake one, they will never distinguish a true friend from a false one, or a just law from a tyrant's whim. The discipline of the mind precedes the discipline of the state. He is weeding out the impatient, the shallow, the ones who want power without wisdom. Yet, this emphasis on the abstract creates a new problem. If the physical world is just a shadow, and the body is just a tomb for the soul, why should we care about this life at all? Why not just sit in the garden and think about triangles until we die? This is the danger of the ivory tower. But Plato is not a monk. He is a frustrated politician. He uses math as a training ground, not a permanent residence. He wants his students to go up into the sunlight of truth, yes, but he insists they must eventually go back down into the cave of politics to help their fellow prisoners. But that descent is for later. For now, the academy is a hive of abstraction. The sand on the garden paths is covered in geometric diagrams, erased by the wind and redrawn by the morning class. This period of intense mathematical focus also gives Plato the confidence to begin his greatest literary project. He has the voice of Socrates, the questioner, and the structure of Pythagoras, the mathematician. He is ready to fuse them. He begins to write the middle dialogues, works like Meno, Phaedo, and eventually the Republic. He is no longer just preserving the memory of his teacher. He is using the character of Socrates to mouth his own new discoveries. The Socrates in the texts starts talking about the immortality of the soul and the geometry of the universe, things the real historical Socrates likely never discussed. It is a ghostly act of ventriloquism. Plato is keeping his teacher alive by letting him grow up, letting him learn the things he never got to study while he was alive. He is gifting Socrates the education he never had. As the sun sets over the academy, the students wash the dust of geometry from their hands and gather for the common meal. They break bread and drink watered wine, their minds buzzing with the paradoxes of the infinite. They are a strange, sequestered tribe, mocked by the comic poets of Athens, suspected by the politicians. But secretly, they are the happiest men in Greece. They have found a way to escape the chaos of the times without leaving the city. They have built a kingdom of the mind, and in the center of this kingdom, Plato sits, dipping his quill into the ink, preparing to summon the ghost of Socrates one more time. He is about to write the dialogue that will define his legacy, a text that will turn the old stonecutter into a literary immortal. The great divergence is beginning, the moment where the student surpasses the master, and the ghost begins to speak the words of the necromancer. The academy is sleeping. The students have retreated to their huts. The mathematical diagrams in the sand have been blurred by the night wind, and the owls, the symbol of Athena, are calling from the cypress trees. But in a small lamplit room at the heart of the complex, one man is still awake. Plato sits at a low wooden table, surrounded by rolls of papyrus, imported from the very Egypt he once wandered. In his hand, he holds a reed pen, dipping it rhythmically into a pot of black ink made from soot and gum arabic. The scratching of the reed against the fibers of the papyrus is the only sound in the room, a dry, whispering friction that sounds like a voice speaking from the dust. Plato is not just writing. He is performing a nightly act of necromancy. He is resurrecting the dead. For nearly 50 years, Plato will engage in this ritual. He will write roughly 35 dialogues, a literary monument of staggering size and brilliance. But the driving force behind this output is not just academic ambition. It is grief. He is refusing to let Socrates die. By writing these dialogues, he creates a world where the hemlock never works, where the trial is replayed, but the verdict is overturned by the sheer force of logic. In the pages of the scrolls, Socrates is always alive, always barefoot, always winning the argument. It is a form of literary immortality, a way to freeze the beloved teacher in eternal conversation, safe from the hands of the executioner. But why dialogues? Why not write textbooks or treatises like the pre-Socratic philosophers? Why this dramatic script format? This choice is Plato's genius. He understands that philosophy is not a set of dead facts to be memorized. It is a living activity, a fire that jumps from one soul to another. A textbook is passive. It tells you what to think. A dialogue is active. It forces you to think along with the characters. When you read a Platonic dialogue, you are not a spectator. You are the silent third person in the conversation. You feel the tension when Socrates corners an opponent. You feel the frustration when a definition collapses. Plato captures the drama of reason, the blush of shame, the stammer of confusion, the laughter of discovery. He transforms philosophy from a monologue into a theater of the mind. In the early years, the period immediately following the execution, Plato likely wrote what scholars call the Socratic or early dialogues. Works like the Apology, Crito, Euthyphro, and Laches. In these texts, the Socrates on the page is likely very close to the historical man. A sharp, annoying, ironic questioner who claims to know nothing and spends his time dismantling the arrogance of others. These dialogues usually end in aporia, confusion. They don't give answers. They leave the reader hanging over the cliff, forced to find their own way back. They are portraits of the stingray that numbs its victims. They are acts of preservation, snapshots of the master in action. But as the years pass in the academy, something strange begins to happen to the character of Socrates. The ink ghost begins to evolve. He stops claiming ignorance and starts teaching positive doctrines. He stops just asking, "What is justice?" and starts giving long, complex answers involving geometry, the immortality of the soul, and the structure of the cosmos. The Socrates of the Middle Period, in dialogues like the Phaedo and the Meno, is no longer just the gadfly of the agora. He has become the mouthpiece for Plato's own developing system. He has become a Platonic Socrates. This shift creates one of the most famous puzzles in history, known to scholars as the Socratic problem. Historians and philologists still argue fiercely about where the historical Socrates ends and the literary Plato begins. It is like looking at a painting where two artists have worked on the same canvas, and the brushstrokes blend seamlessly. Did the real Socrates actually believe in the theory of forms? Or did Plato just use his teacher's name to give authority to his own radical new ideas? Most scholars agree that the metaphysical Socrates is Plato's invention. The real Socrates cared about ethics, how to live. Plato cared about metaphysics, what is reality. But Plato loved his teacher so much that he couldn't bear to leave him behind. He dragged Socrates with him into the high altitudes of abstract thought, making him the spokesman for theories he probably would have found bizarre. There is a profound humility in this, and perhaps a touch of guilt. Plato is the greatest philosopher who ever lived, yet he almost never speaks in his own voice. He hides behind the mask of Socrates. He gives all the credit to the old man. It is as if he is saying, "I am only the vessel. He was the source." Yet, there is also a subtle power play. By making Socrates the hero of his own new system, Plato is effectively rewriting history. He is making Socrates the father of Platonism. He is turning the man who knew nothing into the man who knows everything. Imagine the nights in the Academy library, the oil lamp flickering as the oil runs low. Plato pauses, rubbing his tired eyes. He reads back the lines he has just written. In the Phaedo, he has made Socrates prove the soul is immortal, using complex arguments about opposites and forms. He smiles, knowing that the real Socrates, facing death, was much more agnostic, saying, "I go to die, you to live. and only God knows which is better. But Plato needs certainty. He needs the soul to be immortal to justify the death of the just. So he puts the certainty into Socrates' mouth. He fixes the uncertainty of the past. The writing process is slow, meticulous, and obsessive. Ancient sources tell us that a tablet was found after Plato's death with the opening sentence of the Republic, written in several different variations, rearranged over and over to get the rhythm perfect. I went down yesterday to the Piraeus. He polished his prose like a jeweler polishing a gem. He wanted the language to be as beautiful as the truth it carried. He was fusing the poet he had burned in his youth with the philosopher he had become. The result was a new form of literature, philosophical drama, that would seduce the Western mind for 2 millennia. As the dawn approaches, painting the sky over Mount Hymettus with streaks of violet, Plato puts down his pen. The scroll is rolled up, the ink drying. The ghost has spoken for another night. But the divergence is widening. The Socrates in the scrolls is about to embark on a journey that the barefoot man in the agora never took. He is about to leave the earth entirely and ascend into a realm of pure light, a place of shadows and caves and blinding suns. The stage is set for the most famous image in the history of thought. Plato blows out the lamp, but the light he has kindled on the page will burn so brightly that it will cast a shadow over the next 2,000 years of history. The sun climbs higher over the olive grove, burning off the morning mist. And with the clarity of the light comes a clarity of thought that will divide the history of philosophy into before and after. We have reached the moment of the great divergence, the point where the mind of the student finally breaks free from the orbit of the master to chart its own course through the cosmos. Until now, Plato has been a faithful reporter, or at least a faithful dramatist, of Socrates' ethical questions. He has asked, what is the right thing to do? But now, haunted by the instability of the world that killed his teacher, Plato begins to ask a different, more terrifying question. What is real? To answer this, he must leave the bustling, human-centric streets of Socratic ethics and step into the cold, silent void of metaphysics. He must reconcile the two giants who wrestled in his mind long before he met Socrates, Heraclitus and Parmenides. Imagine Plato walking by the banks of the Cephissus River, which flows near the Academy. He watches the water rushing over the stones, swirling, changing, never staying still for a single heartbeat. He remembers the teachings of Cratylus, a follower of Heraclitus, who had tutored him in his youth. Heraclitus had famously declared, "Everything flows, pantarei." He said, "You cannot step into the same river twice, for other waters are continually flowing on." This idea of radical flux obsessed Plato. If everything in the physical world is constantly changing, if flowers wilt, if children grow old, if iron rusts, if democracies turn into tyrannies, then how can we know anything? To know something implies grasping it, holding it still. But if you try to grasp a moment in the physical world, it melts like a snowflake in your hand. If reality is a river, then truth is impossible. Because by the time you finish the sentence, "This is water," the water is gone. This thought induces a kind of philosophical vertigo, a nausea of the intellect. If the world is just shifting smoke, then the trial of Socrates, the statutes of law, and the definitions of virtue are all meaningless scribbles on water. But then Plato's mind turns to the other giant, Parmenides. This ancient thinker from Elea had argued the exact opposite, that change is an illusion, a trick of the senses. Logic dictates that what is cannot not be. Reality must be one, eternal, unnecessary, and unmoving. This is the world of the logical proof, the world of the perfect circle that never wobbles. Plato stands between these two opposing forces, the river of Heraclitus, where everything changes and nothing is true, and the rock of Parmenides, where nothing changes and everything is frozen. He realizes that Socrates, for all his wisdom, never solved this problem. Socrates just ignored the river to talk about the soul. But Plato cannot ignore it. He needs to build a bridge between the river and the rock. This is where the divergence happens. In the middle dialogues, specifically in the Phaedo and the Republic, the character of Socrates starts speaking a new language. He stops looking for definitions and starts looking for entities. When the historical Socrates asked, "What is beauty?" he was looking for a verbal description that applied to all beautiful things. But the new Platonic Socrates says, "No, I am not looking for a list of beautiful things. I am looking for beauty itself." He argues that for a beautiful girl, a beautiful statue, and a beautiful horse to all be beautiful, they must all share in some invisible, non-physical essence. But since the girl ages, the statue cracks, and the horse dies, their beauty is temporary and flawed. Therefore, there must be a form of beauty, an eternal, unchanging, perfect reality that exists outside of time and space. The girl is beautiful only because she participates in the form of beauty, just as a shadow on the wall is dark only because it participates in the shape of the hand. This is the birth of the two worlds theory. Plato solves the riddle of Heraclitus and Parmenides by giving them each their own territory. He says, "Heraclitus, you are right about the physical world. It is a river. It is the world of becoming. It is accessible to the senses, sight, touch, taste, and it is always changing. Therefore, we can have no true knowledge of it, only opinion." Then he turns and says, "Parmenides, you are right about the true reality. It is the world of being. It contains the forms, eidos. It is accessible only to the intellect, reason, and it never changes. Therefore, this is where true knowledge lives. The consequences of this split are shattering. It means that the world we see around us, the olive trees, the temples, the faces of our friends, is not the real world. It is a lower, degraded dimension, a twilight zone hovering between being and non-being. It means that when the jury killed Socrates, they only killed his physical shell, his shadow. The real Socrates, his soul and his virtue, belonged to the world of forms and could not be touched by poison. This doctrine is Plato's ultimate defense mechanism against grief. It effectively declares that the world that hurt him is a lie, and the world where justice lives is the only truth. We can see this shift happening on the papyrus scrolls. The Socrates of the texts begins to sound less like a street brawler and more like a high priest of a mystery religion. He starts talking about the soul's journey before birth, about the plane of truth, about the idea of the good shining like the sun. Historians still argue whether the real Socrates would have laughed at this. There is a famous anecdote where the cynic philosopher Diogenes, who prided himself on being true to the simple Socrates, held up a cup and said, "Plato, I see the cup, but I do not see the cupness." Plato supposedly replied calmly, "That is because you have eyes to see the cup, but you do not have the intellect to see the cupness. The divergence is complete. The master was a man of the earth who looked at the sky. The student is a man of the sky who tolerates the earth. The psychological weight of this cannot be overstated. Plato has effectively sawed the universe in half. He has created a hierarchy of reality that will dominate Western thought for 2,000 years, placing mind over body, eternal over temporal, and ideal over physical. It is the moment when philosophy stops being just a way of life and becomes a system of the universe. The ghost of Socrates is now fully possessed by the spirit of Plato. And having established that this world is just a shadow, Plato is now ready to explain exactly what he means. He is ready to take us into the dark, to the bottom of a cave, to show us why we are all prisoners of our own eyes. The most famous metaphor in human history is about to be written. We stand now at the precipice of the most radical idea in Western history, a concept that demands we look at the world around us and whisper, "This is not real." To understand the theory of forms, we must step away from the abstract arguments of the scrolls and step back into the sensory world of the academy garden. Imagine Plato sitting on a stone bench in the late afternoon. The sun is dipping low, casting long, distorted shadows of the olive trees across the gravel path. He watches the shadows stretch, twist, and fade as the wind moves the branches. He points to the shadow of a tree and asks a student, "Is that a tree?" The student replies, "No, master, it is the shadow of a tree." Plato nods. "And if you had never seen a tree, but only lived in a world of shadows, would you think the shadow was the true reality?" The student agrees. "But the shadow," Plato continues, "is less real than the tree. It depends on the tree for its existence. It is a fleeting, imperfect copy. If the tree falls, the shadow vanishes. But if the shadow vanishes, say when the sun goes down, the tree remains." This simple observation is the emotional core of Platonism. Plato looks at the physical world, the world of tables, horses, wars, and bodies, and he sees only shadows. He argues that everything we touch and see is merely a projection, a participation in a higher invisible reality. Consider the concept of equality. Plato asks, "We see two sticks that look equal in length, but if we look closer with a measuring tool, we find they are slightly different. One is a hair's width longer, or they warp with time. So, we have never seen perfect equality with our eyes. Yet we have the idea of equality in our minds. We use it to judge the sticks. We say, these sticks are almost equal. How can we judge them against a standard we have never seen?" The answer, Plato concludes, is that our souls know the form of the equal, the perfect, non-physical standard that exists in the world of being. The sticks are just bad copies, struggling to be equal but failing because of the clumsiness of matter. This theory applies to everything. There is a form of the horse, a form of the table, a form of justice, and, most importantly, a form of the beautiful. When we see a beautiful person, we are attracted to them not just because of their skin or hair, but because they are participating in the form of beauty. They are a window through which the eternal light shines. But because they are physical, they will age, wrinkle, and die. If we love only the person, we are loving a shadow. We are loving a ghost. Plato urges us to use the physical object as a stepping stone, a ladder to climb up to the form itself. We must learn to love the beauty that never fades. the justice that never corrupts, the truth that never changes. This is the Platonic love that has been so misunderstood. It is not just non-sexual love. It is a love that transcends the individual to focus on the eternal quality they represent. The psychological comfort of this system is immense. For a man who watched his beloved teacher killed by a legal court, the idea that earthly justice is just a flawed shadow of true justice is a soothing balm. It means the verdict was a mistake of the material world, a distortion caused by the mud of human ignorance. The true justice remains untouched, shining in the ether, perfect and whole. It allows Plato to forgive the world for being broken, because he understands that being broken is the nature of the physical. You don't get angry at a shadow for being distorted. You just look for the object that cast it. However, historians and philosophers still argue fiercely about the third man argument, a problem that Plato himself recognized in his later dialogue, the Parmenides. The objection goes like this: if you need a form of man to explain the likeness between two men, do you then need a third super form to explain the likeness between the men and the form, and then a fourth? Does it lead to an infinite regress? Some scholars argue that Plato eventually abandoned or modified the theory of forms because of these logical cracks. But in the middle period, the golden era of the Republic, the theory stands tall as a cathedral of the mind. It divides the universe into the visible realm, what we see, and the intelligible realm, what we know. To explain this hierarchy, Plato uses the analogy of the sun. Just as the sun in the sky provides the light that allows our eyes to see physical objects, there is a superform in the intellectual world called the form of the good. The good is like the sun. It illuminates the other forms, truth, beauty, justice, and makes them intelligible to our minds. It is the source of all reality and all value. When we learn, we are turning our mind's eye away from the darkness and towards this intellectual sun. It is a deeply religious vision, devoid of traditional gods, but filled with divine light. The philosopher is the one who dares to stare at the sun. As the twilight deepens in the academy, the shadows of the olive trees merge into a single darkness. The distinction between the tree and its shadow becomes hard to see. But in Plato's mind, the light is just beginning to dawn. He has established the architecture of reality. He has proven to his own satisfaction that we are living in a dream world of shifting illusions. Now he needs a story to explain our condition to the masses. He needs a myth that will grab the reader by the shoulders and shake them awake. He dips his pen into the ink one more time, preparing to write the most famous passage in the history of philosophy. He is going to take us underground. He is going to describe a cave, a fire, and a row of prisoners who have been chained since childhood, watching a puppet show they mistake for real life. We are about to descend into the dark to find the light. We descend now into the most enduring nightmare and the most beautiful hope of Western philosophy. It is found in Book 7 of the Republic, but it feels less like a text and more like a memory of a place we have all visited. Plato asks us to imagine a strange subterranean dwelling, a cave. The air is damp and cold, smelling of earth and stagnant time. In this cave, there are prisoners. They have been here since childhood, their legs and necks fettered by heavy chains so tight that they cannot move, cannot turn their heads. They are forced to stare only at the blank stone wall in front of them. Behind the prisoners High up and out of sight, a fire is burning. Between the fire and the prisoners, there is a raised walkway like a puppet stage. Along this walkway, people, let's call them the image makers, walk back and forth, carrying objects, statues of men, animals made of stone and wood, and all kinds of artifacts. The light of the fire casts the shadows of these objects onto the wall in front of the prisoners. The prisoners see only the shadows. They hear the voices of the puppeteers echoing off the cave walls and assume the sound comes from the moving shadows. For them, this shadow play is the only reality. They give names to the shadows, honor the ones who can predict which shadow comes next, and believe that the dark shapes are the true world. They are us. Plato is not describing a dungeon. He is describing the human condition. He is saying that most of us live our entire lives staring at a wall of illusions, political slogans, celebrity gossip, material wealth, likes and views, mistaking these fleeting shadows for the substance of life. We are sleepwalkers in a cinema, convinced the movie is real. But then a disruption occurs. One prisoner is freed. Plato uses the passive voice. He is compelled to stand up, implying that education is not always voluntary. It is a force that breaks the chains of habit. The prisoner turns around. The movement is painful. His muscles are atrophied, his neck stiff. When he looks towards the fire, the light hurts his eyes. He is dazzled, confused. He wants to turn back to the comfortable shadows he understands. If someone points to the wooden horse passing on the walkway and says, "That is the real object. The shadow was a lie," the prisoner won't believe it. The shadow looks clearer to him. He is in the state of aporia, the confusion Socrates induced in his victims. But the guide does not let him stop. The prisoner is dragged by force up the rough and steep ascent, leading out of the cave. This is the path of education, the study of mathematics, the discipline of dialectic. It is not a pleasant stroll. It is a struggle against gravity and ignorance. Finally, he is dragged out into the sunlight. At first, he is completely blinded. The glare of the sun, the form of the good, is too intense for eyes used to the dark. He can only look at shadows and reflections in the water. Gradually, as his eyes adjust, he looks at the objects themselves, real trees, real flowers. Finally, he looks at the stars, and eventually, he dares to look at the sun itself. He realizes that the sun is the cause of the seasons, the year, and everything he used to see in the cave. He understands that his former life was a pitiful game of guessing shadows. He feels a profound pity for his fellow prisoners. He would rather suffer anything, as Homer said, than live that false life again. Then comes the tragic turn, the part of the story that explains the death of Socrates. The freed man decides to go back down. He cannot stay in the light while his friends are still chained. He descends from the sunshine back into the murky gloom of the cave, but now his eyes are ruined for the darkness. He stumbles, he blinks, he looks awkward and foolish. When he tries to explain the truth to the prisoners, "Look, that shadow isn't real, I've seen the sun," they laugh at him. They say his journey has spoiled his eyesight. He can no longer compete in their shadow-guessing games. He looks incompetent. They conclude that going up is dangerous and should be avoided. And then Plato adds the chilling line that haunts the text. And if they could somehow get their hands on the man who tries to release them and lead them up, they would kill him. Here the allegory locks into history. The man who came back down, who looked foolish in the shadow courts of Athens because his eyes were full of the sun of truth, was Socrates. The prisoners who killed him were the jury, protecting their comfortable illusions. Plato is diagnosing the fatal flaw of the world. The just man is in danger because he speaks a language the cave dwellers cannot understand. His clarity looks like confusion to them. This realization creates a desperate political problem for Plato. If the philosopher is always going to be killed by the mob, how can wisdom survive? The only solution is to redesign the cave. The philosopher cannot just be a visitor. He must be the architect. He must break the chains, not just of one prisoner, but of the entire system. He must build a city where the image makers are not deceivers, but truth tellers. This brings us to the drafting table of the Republic. Plato takes a fresh roll of papyrus and begins to sketch the blueprint of a utopia, a Callipolis, or beautiful city where the cave is turned inside out. He imagines a society ruled not by the shadow guessers, but by those who have seen the sun. It is a vision of perfect order, but to modernize, it casts a long authoritarian shadow of its own. The Republic is about to be built, stone by theoretical stone, and it will be a fortress of reason where no poet is safe and every soul has its assigned place. The sun of the intelligible world is too bright for most eyes, Plato realizes. You cannot simply drag every citizen out of the cave. They will revolt. Instead, you must bring the order of the sun down into the cave. You must build a city that mimics the structure of the divine. This is the project of the Republic, a text that is part architectural blueprint, part political manifesto, and part desperate prayer for order. Plato begins by clearing the ground. He sweeps away the messy, vibrant, chaotic democracy of Athens with its lottery-based offices and shouting assemblies. In its place, he constructs the Callipolis, the beautiful city. It is a city built on a terrifyingly simple premise. Justice is mind your own business. In Plato's view, a city is just only when every part of it is doing exactly what it is naturally fitted to do and nothing else. To achieve this, he divides the population into three distinct castes, mirroring the three parts of the human soul. At the bottom are the producers, the farmers, craftsmen, and merchants. They represent the appetite of the city. They are allowed to own property, handle money, and have families. Their virtue is moderation. Their job is to feed the beast. Above them are the auxiliaries, the soldiers and police. They represent spirit, thumos. They live in barracks, eat in mess halls, and possess the virtue of courage. They protect the city. And at the very top, a tiny sliver of the population, are the guardians, the rulers. They represent reason. They are the gold in the alloy of the state. Their virtue is wisdom, and their job is to think. To keep this rigid structure stable, Plato proposes the most famous propaganda piece in history, the noble lie, or the myth of the metals. He argues that the rulers must tell the citizens a foundational myth, that they were all born from the earth, and that the god mixed gold into the souls of the rulers, silver into the soldiers, and bronze and iron into the workers. It is a lie, Plato admits, but a medicinal one. It convinces everyone that their social status is a matter of divine biology, not political luck. It stops the bronze man from wanting to be a king because he believes his soul is made of the wrong metal. It is the ultimate tool of social stability. a mental chain to replace the iron ones of the cave. But the life of the golden rulers is not one of luxury. Here, Plato shocks his aristocratic contemporaries. He imposes a communism so strict it would make a Spartan shiver. The guardians are forbidden to touch gold or silver. They cannot own private property. They live in communal housing and eat communal meals. Most radically of all, Plato abolishes the private family for the ruling class. He realizes that nepotism is the cancer of politics. A man will always steal for his son. So, Plato removes the son. In Callipolis, there are no my children, only our children. Mating is handled through rigged lotteries, sacred marriages that look random, but are actually breeding programs designed by the state to mate the best men with the best women. The resulting children are taken to a state nursery. No parent knows their biological child. No child knows their parent. Every older man is father. Every older woman, mother. By erasing the private family, Plato hopes to expand the fierce love of kinship to the entire city. It is a cold, clinical utopia, where emotion is surgically redirected for the public good. Then comes the final insult to his past self, the banishment of the poets. Plato, the former playwright who burned his tragedies, now makes it a law. He exiles Homer and the dramatists from his perfect city. Why? Because they are image makers. They deal in shadows. They tell lies about the gods, showing them weeping, lusting, and fighting. They stir up the unruly appetite and spirit of the audience, making them weep over fake sorrows instead of using their reason. In a city dedicated to truth, the artist, who creates illusions of illusions, is a dangerous saboteur. It is the most heartbreaking law in the book, for you can feel Plato's own love for Homer bleeding through the page even as he signs the deportation order. He is exiling the part of himself that he fears the most. Historians and political scientists still argue violently about the Republic. Is it a serious blueprint for a totalitarian state? Is Plato the grandfather of fascism? Or, as some scholars suggest, is the whole thing a massive, elaborate satire? A joke? Is Plato intentionally designing a city so absurd, where women wrestle naked with men, where families are dissolved, where philosophers are kings, to show that political perfection is impossible for humans? Is he showing us that to make a perfect city, you have to destroy everything human about it? We may never know if he was grimacing or smiling when he wrote it. But as the architecture of the city rises on the page, stark and geometric, one thing is missing. The city is perfect, but it is cold. It lacks a pulse. It runs on logic. But what fuels the engine? Plato realizes that reason is not enough to pull the soul up the steep ascent from the cave. You need a motor. You need a desire. You need love. And so, the scene shifts from the sterile barracks of the Republic to a drunken dinner party in Athens, where the subject is not justice, but desire. We leave the cold, regimented barracks of the ideal city and step into the warm, flickering lamplight of an Athenian dining room. The air here is heavy with the scent of perfumed oil, roast thrush, and unmixed wine. It is 416 BC, a date frozen in amber by Plato's dialogue, The Symposium. We are at the house of the playwright Agathon, who has just won his first victory at the theatre festival. To celebrate, he is hosting a drinking party for the cultural elite of the city. This is not a classroom. It is a salon of wit, flirtation, and competitive storytelling. Reclining on the couches are the great figures of the age, the comic poet Aristophanes, hiccuping from too much wine, the handsome host Agathon, and of course, Socrates, who has arrived late because he got lost in thought on a neighbor's porch. The topic of the evening is not justice or geometry, but eros, love. Plato writes this dialogue years after the fact, painting a scene of such vibrancy that it feels like he is trying to capture the heartbeat of a lost world. He understands that the rigid logic of the Republic is a car without an engine. You can build a perfect city, but why would anyone want to live there? What drives the human soul? His answer is eros, but he is about to redefine love completely, taking it from the bedroom to the heavens. The guests take turns giving speeches praising the god of love. Aristophanes, the comedian, tells a famous whimsical myth that still captivates romantics today. He claims that humans were originally spherical creatures with 4 arms, 4 legs, and 2 faces. They were so powerful and arrogant that they tried to attack the gods. To punish them, Zeus cut them in half with lightning like a sob apple. Since then, we have been wandering the earth as 2-legged fragments, desperately searching for our other half to become whole again. It is a beautiful, funny, and deeply tragic image of love as a hunger for completion. The room surely roared with laughter and applause, but when it is Socrates' turn, the laughter dies down. He claims he knows nothing of love on his own, but he will recount what he was once taught by a mysterious priestess from Mantinea named Diotima. Historians still argue whether Diotima was a real historical figure or a fictional invention of Plato, perhaps a female alter ego to voice truths a man couldn't speak. Through Socrates, Diotima dismantles Aristophanes' idea. She argues that we don't just want our other half, we want the good. We want to possess good things forever. Love is not just searching, it is birthing. It is the drive to create immortality in a mortal world. Animals seek immortality by having babies. Poets seek it by writing verses. But philosophers seek it by birthing truth. She then describes the ladder of love, a step-by-step ascent that creates the emotional map of Platonism. At the bottom rung is the love of a single beautiful body. It is physical, sexual, and specific. We fall in love with a handsome face. This is the spark. But if we are guided correctly, we realize that the beauty in this one body is related to the beauty in all bodies. We move to the second rung, loving all physical beauty. The obsession with one person relaxes. We see that beauty is a shared quality. Then we move up to the third rung, the beauty of souls. We begin to love a person's mind, their character, their virtue, even if they are physically ugly. A clear nod to Socrates. From there, we ascend to the beauty of laws and institutions, the structures that make souls good. Then to the beauty of knowledge, the sciences and geometry. Finally, suddenly, the lover reaches the summit. He catches sight of a wondrous vision, the form of beauty itself. It is not a face or a hand or a speech. It is an ocean of beauty, vast, eternal, and unchanging. It is the source of all the little beauties we saw below. The man who sees this is no longer interested in the flesh. He has fallen in love with the absolute. He has sublimated his sexual desire into spiritual energy. This is the engine of the philosopher. Eros is the rocket fuel that propels the soul out of the cave. We don't leave the world because we hate it. We leave it Because we found something more beautiful to love. Just as Socrates finishes this sublime speech, the peace is shattered. A massive banging at the courtyard gate announces the arrival of Alcibiades. The brilliant, reckless, beautiful traitor of Athens stumbles in, drunk, supported by flute girls, wearing a wreath of ivy and violets. He represents the danger of eros gone wrong, passion without discipline. He sits down, unaware of the high-minded conversation, and decides to give a eulogy, not for love, but for Socrates. In a moment of drunken honesty, he compares Socrates to the statues of Silenus, ugly on the outside, but when you open them up, filled with golden gods. He describes how Socrates makes him feel shame, the only man in Athens who can do so. He tells the story of how he tried to seduce Socrates, hoping to trade his beauty for Socrates' wisdom. But the old philosopher rejected his physical advances, sleeping beside him like a father or an elder brother. This scene is Plato's masterstroke. He shows us the theory, Diotimus' speech, and then the reality, Alcibiades' story. Socrates is the living proof of the ladder. He is the man who has climbed to the top. He can lie next to the most beautiful man in Athens and not be tempted, because he is looking at a beauty that Alcibiades cannot see. The contrast is heartbreaking. Alcibiades is trapped on the bottom rung, enslaved by his passions, destined to ruin himself and the city. Socrates is free. The dialogue ends in a twilight haze. The other guests pass out or leave. At dawn, only Socrates is still awake, sober despite the gallons of wine, calmly arguing with the sleepy Aristophanes that the same man should be able to write both comedy and tragedy. He then stands up, goes to the Lyceum, and spends the rest of the day as usual. It is a portrait of superhuman self-control. Plato has shown us that the ascent to the forms is not just a mental trick. It is a transformation of the heart. To know the good is to fall in love with it so deeply that the rest of the world loses its grip on you. But what exactly is the part of us that falls in love? What is the vehicle that climbs the ladder? To answer that, Plato must tell us the myth of the charioteer. We step now from the enclosed, lamplit dining room of Agathon into the blinding brilliance of a midsummer noon. The scene shifts to the banks of the Ilissos River, just outside the walls of Athens. It is a rare and striking moment in the Platonic corpus because Socrates, the man who famously said, "Trees can teach me nothing," is actually taking a walk in the country. He is accompanied by Phaedrus, a young enthusiast of rhetoric who has lured the old philosopher out of the city with the promise of reading a speech on love. They walk barefoot through the shallow, cool water, the air vibrating with the shrill, hypnotic drone of cicadas. Socrates, seemingly intoxicated by the heat and the beauty of the spot, lies down under a sprawling plane tree. It is here, lulled by the sensory heavy-handedness of the physical world, that he tells the story of why we left the spiritual world in the first place. He tells the myth of the charioteer. This allegory, found in the dialogue Phaedrus, is Plato's most vivid attempt to explain the psychology of the human soul. He asks us to imagine that the soul is not a simple, single point of light, but a composite creature, a team. Every human soul is a chariot drawn by two winged horses and driven by a single charioteer. But unlike the chariots of the gods, which have two good horses and glide effortlessly through the heavens, the human chariot is a disaster of engineering. One horse is white, upright, and clean-limbed. It carries its head high, has modest eyes, and needs no whip, being guided only by verbal command. This is thumos, spirit, or honor. It represents the part of us that loves victory, duty, and righteous indignation. It is the soldier within us, the part that wants to be good and noble. The other horse, however, is a nightmare. It is black, crooked, heavy, and lumbering. It has bloodshot eyes, a thick neck, and hairy ears. It is deaf to reason and barely yields to the whip and spur. This is epithumia, appetite. It represents our base desires, lust, hunger, greed, the craving for immediate sensation. It pulls the chariot violently downward, toward the earth, toward the pleasures of the flesh. The charioteer, who represents reason, logos, stands in the precarious box, desperately trying to rein in this mismatched team. His job is not to kill the black horse, for without it, the chariot would have no forward momentum at all, but to steer it, to force its wild energy into the service of the destination. Plato describes the life of the soul before birth as a great procession in the sky. We follow the gods, riding the rim of the heavens, trying to catch a glimpse of the hyper-Uranian, the place beyond the heavens where the true forms live. The gods, with their balanced horses, easily rise up to the summit and gaze at justice, beauty, and truth in their pure, unalloyed state. They feast on reality. But we humans struggle. The black horse fights the bit, plunging downward, dragging the white horse and the driver into the clouds. In the traffic jam of souls trying to ascend, wings are broken, feathers are crushed, and in the confusion, we lose sight of the truth. We become heavy with forgetfulness and vice. Our wings wither, and we fall. We plummet from the sky and crash land into a physical body. This, Plato says, is what it means to be human. We are fallen gods, trapped in biological machines, suffering from a cosmic form of PTSD. But we are not abandoned. The memory of the view from the heavenly ridge is still buried deep in our subconscious. This is why we feel a strange ache when we see something truly beautiful. When a man sees a beautiful face or a perfect landscape, the scar tissue on his soul's back, where the wings used to be, begins to itch and throb. The feathers of the soul try to grow back. This creates the frenzy we call being in love. It isn't just biological attraction. It is the soul remembering its lost home. We stare at the beloved, not just to possess them, but because they remind us of the form of beauty we saw before we fell. The setting of the Phaedrus adds a layer of soft humor and mythic depth to this heavy philosophy. As they sit under the tree, Socrates warns Phaedrus about the cicadas singing above them. He tells a myth that the cicadas were once human beings who lived before the muses were born. When song first appeared in the world, these men were so overcome with the pleasure of singing that they forgot to eat or drink, and they died without noticing it. The muses turned them into cicadas, gifted with the ability to sing from birth to death without needing food. Socrates jokes that the insects are now spies for the muses, watching to see which humans are honoring philosophy and which are just sleeping in the heat. It is a gentle nudge to Phaedrus and the reader to stay awake, to keep driving the chariot even when the afternoon sun makes the black horse lazy. Scholars and psychologists have long pointed out the startling similarities between Plato's chariot and Sigmund Freud's model of the psyche, developed more than 2,000 years later. The charioteer is the ego, the rational self trying to cope. The black horse is the id, the chaotic, instinctual drives, and the white horse is the superego, the moralizing, socialized conscience. Historians still argue whether Freud consciously borrowed this from Plato, or if both men simply identified a universal structure of the human condition, the feeling of being torn apart from the inside. We are not one person. We are a civil war. We are a driver trying to keep a monk and a glutton moving in the same direction. This psychological insight rescues Plato's philosophy from being cold and abstract. He acknowledges that we cannot just think our way to virtue. We have to wrangle our way there. The black horse will never understand geometry, and the white horse will never understand lust. The wisdom of the charioteer lies in knowing when to loosen the reins and when to pull them so tight the horse's mouth bleeds. It is a dynamic, violent, sweating struggle. Perfection is not a state of static peace. It is a state of active balance. As the sun begins to dip lower, casting the shadow of the plane tree further across the water, Socrates and Phaedrus rise to leave. Socrates offers a final prayer to Pan and the local spirits of the place. Beloved Pan, and all ye other gods who haunt this place, give me beauty in the inward soul, and may the outward and inward man be at one. It is the perfect summary of his life's goal. He does not ask for wealth or power. He asks for the chariot to be aligned. He wants the driver and the horses to be friends. Plato writes this dialogue at the height of his powers. He has built the system, the forms, designed the city, the republic, and explained the engine, the soul. He is the master of the academy, the acknowledged leader of Greek thought. He could have stayed in the garden, writing and teaching, safe in his fortress of words. But the black horse of ambition, or perhaps the white horse of duty, tugs at him again. He receives a letter from Sicily. The old tyrant, Dionysius V, is dead. His son, Dionysius II, has taken the throne. The uncle, Dion, Plato's beloved student, writes with urgent hope, "Come now. The young king is impressionable. He can be molded. We can finally build the republic for real." It is the siren song of the philosopher king. Plato is nearly 60 years old. He knows the dangers. He remembers the slave market. He knows that philosophy rarely survives contact with politics. But he also knows that if he refuses, his philosophy is just words in the air. If the charioteer never takes the reins of a real state, he is just a dreamer. With a heavy heart and perhaps a sense of doom that he suppresses with logic, he packs his scrolls. He leaves the safety of the olive grove for the second time. The chariot is heading back to the volcano. The year is 367 BC. The winds of the Ionian Sea fill the sails of a trireme heading west, carrying a man who is now 60 years old, his beard white, his reputation immense, but his heart heavy with a duty he cannot refuse. Plato is returning to the lion's den. In Syracuse, the old tyrant, Dionysius I, the man who once sold him into slavery, is finally dead. His son, Dionysius II, now sits on the throne. He is young, uneducated, and dangerously powerful, a man-child with a kingdom. But Dion, the uncle and true believer, has sent word that the young king's soul is soft wax, waiting for the right seal. He begs Plato to come. Now is the time, the letters urge. If ever a philosopher is to rule, or a ruler is to philosophize, it must be now. Plato knows the odds are slim. He knows that philosophy is a delicate plant that rarely survives in the soil of absolute power. But the logic of his own republic compels him. He wrote that the world would not see peace until philosophers became kings. If he refuses to try, he admits that his life's work is merely ink. The arrival in Syracuse is a spectacle. The young king, eager to be seen as a sophisticated patron of the arts, rolls out the purple carpet. He dismisses the riotous revels of the court and declares a new era of virtue. For a few brief, surreal months, the most powerful palace in the Mediterranean is transformed into a seminary. It is said that the floors of the royal chambers were covered in sand so that Plato and the king could draw geometric diagrams. Imagine the scene: the absolute monarch of Sicily, surrounded by bodyguards and sycophants, kneeling in the dust, struggling to understand the properties of the triangle, while the old Athenian master stands over him, patient but exacting. The courtiers, terrified of being out of fashion, awkwardly join in. The sound of revelry is replaced by the scratching of styluses. It looks like a miracle. It looks like the third wave of the Republic. The union of power and wisdom is finally crashing onto the shore. But the cave is not so easily renovated. The older courtiers, led by the historian and General Philistus, watch this transformation with narrowed eyes. They see geometry not as a path to truth, but as an Athenian plot to disarm the king. "Why is he teaching you to look at the stars?" they whisper to Dionysius. "Is it so that, while you are looking up, his friend Dion can steal the throne beneath your feet?" They play on the young king's insecurity. Dionysius II wants to be wise, but he wants to be the boss even more. He is the black horse of the chariot, full of appetite and ego, trying to act like the white horse of honor. He becomes jealous of Dion's closeness to Plato. He starts to wonder why the teacher loves the uncle more than the king. The tension in the palace shifts from intellectual effort to paranoid silence. The sand on the floor is swept away. The wine cups return. Plato finds himself in a gilded cage. He is nominally the king's honored guest, but in reality, he is a prisoner of state. He watches the young tyrant's mood swing from fawning admiration to sullen suspicion. It is a terrifying psychological study for the philosopher. He realizes that you can't graft wisdom onto a soul that has not been prepared by discipline. You cannot take a man addicted to power and cure him with a few lessons in math. The philosopher king requires decades of training, starting in childhood. Trying to fix a grown tyrant is like trying to straighten a crooked tree. It is more likely to snap than to bend. Then the snap happens. A letter is intercepted, fake or real, historians still argue, implicating Dion in a plot with the Carthaginians. It is the excuse the court needs. Dion is dragged to the harbor and shoved onto a boat for exile. Plato is left alone in the palace, surrounded by enemies. The king, with the bizarre possessiveness of a toxic lover, refuses to let Plato leave. He wants to keep the famous philosopher as a pet, a trophy to show off, even as he ignores his teachings. He tries to bribe Plato with gifts, with gold, with promises. "Love me more than Dion," he effectively demands. Plato, maintaining his dignity in a situation of extreme peril, navigates the court with the coolness of a seasoned diplomat. He realizes the experiment has failed. The cave has won. The shadow makers are too strong. This failure strikes a blow to Plato's heart that no theoretical argument can heal. He sees that the republic he built on paper may be impossible in flesh. The human element, the jealousy, the fear, the irrationality, is too chaotic to be contained by geometry. He spends his days looking out at the harbor, watching the ships sail for Athens, wishing he were on one of them. He is the smartest man in the world, yet he is trapped by a fool. It will take months of negotiation and the intervention of his Pythagorean friends from Tarentum to finally secure his release. When he finally steps onto the ship that will take him home, he leaves behind not just a failed student, but a shattered dream. He leaves the political arena forever. The owl is flying home, its wings singed, ready to retreat back into the twilight of the academy. But even as he sails away, he does not know that the final tragedy is yet to play out, that Dion will eventually return with an army to liberate Syracuse, only to be assassinated by one of Plato's own students. The tragedy of real life is far messier than the tragedies he burned. It is the year 361 BC. Plato is nearly 67 years old, an age when most men in the ancient world are content to sit in the shade and watch their grandchildren play. He has sworn off politics, settling back into the rhythm of the academy, where the only battles are fought with logic. But the ghost of the philosopher king refuses to stay buried. A trireme arrives from Syracuse, carrying not just letters, but a plea that feels like a trap. Dionysius II, the erratic tyrant, writes that he has resumed his studies. He claims he has changed. He misses his teacher, and then the steel hidden in the velvet. He intimates that if Plato does not return to Syracuse, his beloved friend Dion, still languishing in exile, will never see his home or his fortune again. It is emotional blackmail of the highest order. The tyrant is holding the student hostage to catch the master. With a heavy heart, weighing the dreadful journey against the duty of friendship, Plato boards the ship for the third and final time. He is not going as a hopeful reformer now. He is going as a weary diplomat, trying to salvage the wreckage of a life's ambition. The arrival in Syracuse is different this time. The fanfare is muted, replaced by a tense, watchful silence. The palace is a labyrinth of paranoia. Dionysius greets him with effusive, manic warmth, but his eyes are hard. He wants Plato's approval, but he no longer wants his instruction. He has become that most dangerous of creatures, the arrogant amateur. He has surrounded himself with sycophants who tell him he is already wise. Plato decides to administer the famous test he reserves for potential philosophers. He later describes this in his 7th letter, a document that, if authentic, is the only autobiography we have of the master. He takes the king aside and explains that philosophy is not a parlor trick, but a long and difficult road, a fire that must be kindled by years of labor. He expects the king to be humbled by the magnitude of the task. Instead, Dionysius smiles and says he already knows the road. He claims he has even written a book on the secret doctrines of philosophy. Plato is appalled. He realizes that the king does not want the fire. He wants the credit for the warmth. The sun of the intelligible realm has been reduced to a tan for a tyrant's vanity. The trap snaps shut swiftly. Dionysius, tired of the pretense, drops the mask. He confiscates Dion's vast estates and sells them off, pocketing the money. He forbids Plato from leaving the palace precincts. The honored guest is moved to the Garden of the Guards, a section of the fortress populated by mercenaries who hate Plato because he once advised the king to cut their pay and disband them. Imagine the old philosopher, the aristocrat of Athens, forced to walk daily among men who sharpen their swords and mutter threats as he passes. He is a prisoner in all but name, trapped in a web of court intrigue where a single wrong word could mean a accidental death. He looks out at the walls of the citadel, realizing that he has failed twice. The first time, he failed to teach a tyrant. This time, he failed to recognize a sociopath. The escape, when it comes, is a cinematic thriller. Plato manages to send a secret message to his Pythagorean friends in Tarentum, specifically the philosopher general Archytas. Archytas acts instantly. He sends a warship to Syracuse under the guise of a diplomatic mission. The message to Dionysius is blunt: release Plato or face war. The tyrant, a bully at heart, crumbles before a show of real strength. He holds a final hypocritical farewell dinner, pretending that he and Plato are parting as friends. He packs Plato onto the ship with false smiles and empty promises. As the oars strike the water, pulling the vessel away from the volcanic island, Plato does not look back. He knows he is leaving behind a city that will soon burn. He knows that Dion will eventually return, not with a book, but with an army, and that the dream of the Republic will end in a bloodbath of assassination and chaos. The journey home is quiet. The sea air clears the stench of the court from his lungs. Plato returns to Athens a changed man. The idealism of the Republic, the belief that you can engineer a perfect society if you just have the right blueprint, has been tempered by the gritty reality of human nature. He realizes that you cannot force the good upon people who love the bad. He walks back through the Dipylon Gate, past the graves of the heroes, and into the grove of Academus. The students are there, waiting. The diagrams are still in the sand. The quiet sanctity of the school feels like a healing balm. He sits down on his stone bench, the leaves of the olive trees whispering above him. He is done with kings. He is done with tyrants. He will spend the rest of his days cultivating a garden that actually grows. But as he settles back into the rhythm of the academy, he notices a new face in the crowd. A young man from the north, with small eyes, thin legs, and a mind like a razor blade. A student who will not just learn the system, but challenge it. Aristotle has arrived. The gates of the academy swing open in 367 BC to admit a young man who does not look like a typical Athenian aristocrat. He is 17 years old, a foreigner from Stagira in the rugged north, a region considered semi-barbaric by the refined citizens of Athens. He speaks Greek with a slight lisp, dresses with a dandified elegance, wearing rings on his fingers and cutting his hair fashionably short, and possesses a gaze that is restless, dissecting, and relentlessly precise. His name is Aristotle. He has come to study under the master, but he brings with him a mental toolkit that is fundamentally different from the mystical geometry of Plato. If Plato is the owl soaring into the ether to spot the forms, Aristotle is the terrier digging in the earth to find the roots. The collision of these two minds within the olive grove will generate the friction that powers Western intellectual history for the next 2,000 years. Aristotle arrives with a legacy of biology in his blood. His father, Nicomachus, was the court physician to the king of Macedon, Amyntas III. In the ancient world, medicine was a family guild, a secret knowledge passed from father to son. Aristotle grew up not memorizing Homeric verses about angry gods, but watching his father dress wounds, mix herbs, and examine the entrails of animals. He learned to trust his eyes. He learned that the truth of a disease is found in the symptoms of the body, not in a theoretical form of health floating in the sky. When he walks into the academy, he brings this empiricism with him. He looks at the world and sees a biological organism teeming with life and purpose, not a shadowy illusion. Plato, recognizing the sheer voltage of this new student's intellect, soon gives him a nickname: the mind, or in some accounts, the reader, because Aristotle amassed a private library of scrolls, a rarity in an oral culture. But this respect is tinged with a profound philosophical tension. We must imagine the seminars in the garden. Plato stands by the whiteboard or sand tray, explaining that the form of the horse is the only true reality, and that the physical horse grazing in the field is just a degraded copy. Aristotle, perhaps shifting his weight on the bench, raises a hand. He might ask, "But master, if the form is separate from the horse, how does it cause the horse to grow? How does a ghost pattern in the sky make a foal's legs lengthen? Surely, the horseness is inside the horse, in its blood and bone, driving its development." It is the classic debate depicted centuries later by Raphael. Plato points up to the heavens. Aristotle spreads his hand flat over the earth. Plato wants to escape the cave. Aristotle wants to renovate it. He begins to collect specimens. While the other students are meditating on the good, Aristotle is likely down by the seashore, dissecting a cuttlefish or examining the incubation of a chicken egg. He writes later in his Parts of Animals, "We must not betake ourselves to the consideration of the meaner animals with a bad grace. For in all natural things there is something of the marvelous." To Plato, a sea slug is a shadow. To Aristotle, it is a masterpiece of engineering. He sees the form not as a transcendent blueprint, but as an immanent force, the DNA, if you will, that drives the acorn to become the oak. The relationship between the two men is the subject of endless historical gossip. Later, biographers, loving drama, claimed they were enemies. They told stories of Aristotle being ungrateful, kicking at his master like a foal kicks its mother. One anecdote claims that while Plato was reading his dialogue, Phaedo aloud, audience members gradually slipped away one by one, bored by the abstract arguments about the soul, until only Aristotle was left sitting there. Whether true or not, the story captures the essential loyalty amidst the disagreement. Aristotle stayed. He remained at the academy for 20 years, until Plato's death. He did not leave to found his own school immediately, even though he disagreed with the core doctrine. This suggests a deep, abiding love for the environment Plato had created, a place where the mind was free to roam, even if it roamed in a different direction. During these 2 decades, Aristotle takes the Socratic method of definition and hardens it into logic. Socrates would ask, "What is virtue?" and spin in circles. Aristotle asks, "What is a mammal?" and creates a category. He invents the syllogism. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It is a machine for producing truth, a way to chain facts together so they cannot escape. Plato used myths and allegories. Aristotle uses categories and genera. He is tidying up the messy universe that Plato's poetry left behind. There is a poignant contrast in their views on happiness. For the late Plato, happiness is a flight from the body, a preparation for death. For Aristotle, writing his Nicomachean Ethics, happiness, eudaimonia, is an activity of the soul in accordance with virtue in a complete life. It requires friends, a little bit of money, good health, and perhaps even good looks. Aristotle argues that you can't be happy if you are being tortured on a rack, no matter how many forms you know. He is the champion of common sense, the man who nods to the reality of the human condition. He brings philosophy down from the dizzying heights of the sun and plants it firmly in the city-state. Yet despite his brilliance, Aristotle is always the outsider. He is a metic, a resident alien. He cannot own property in Athens. He cannot vote. He is technically a guest of the city. This status, combined with his connection to the rising power of Macedonia, the kingdom that will soon conquer Greece, puts him in a precarious position. He is tolerated because of the academy, because of Plato's protection. The academy becomes a sanctuary for him, a place where his foreign accent doesn't matter, only his arguments. As the years grind on, the divergence widens. Plato, now in his late 70s, becomes more mystical, obsessed with the one and the dyad, turning philosophy into a kind of number mysticism. Aristotle becomes more scientific, obsessed with biology and classification. It is the inevitable drift of generations. The father looks at the sky, the son looks at the microscope, but they are still in the same room. The tension is creative, not destructive. The academy in the 350s BC is the most exciting place on earth, housing the two greatest minds of antiquity under one roof. One is writing the laws, trying to save the world with order. The other is dissecting a bee, trying to understand the world through its parts. There is a sadness too in the background. Aristotle knows he is the most capable student, the natural heir, but he also knows he will never inherit the school. The academy is a family business, passed to nephews and citizens. He is the brilliant stranger who will always be the reader, never the headmaster. He prepares his mind for the day he will have to leave, just as the chick must eventually leave the nest. But for now, he sits at the feet of the master, sharpening his logic against the diamond-hard metaphysics of Plato, forging the tools that will one day analyze the poetry, the politics, and the physics of the entire world. The sun sets over the garden, casting two shadows from two very different men, one long and thin, reaching for the horizon, the other sharp and distinct, grounding itself in the earth. The twilight of the academy's golden age has begun. The shadows in the olive grove are growing long and heavy, stretching across the gravel paths like the fingers of a sundial reaching for the night. It is the 350s BC, and Plato is now an old man entering his 8th decade. The broad shoulders that once wrestled in the gymnasium are stooped, and the eyes that stared into the sun of the forms are now clouded with the rheum of age. The academy has changed around him. It is no longer the radical, experimental commune of the early days. It has become an institution, a respected fixture of the Greek world. Kings send their sons here. Cities send requests for legal codes. The revolutionary energy has settled into a steady bureaucratic hum. But inside the master's hut, the work has not stopped. Plato is writing his final testament, a massive, dense, and sprawling scroll that will act as the capstone of his life. The laws, if the Republic was the dream of a young idealist who believed the world could be perfect, the laws is the compromise of an old realist who knows it never will be. In this text, the character of Socrates, the barefoot, ironic, laughing gadfly, is gone. He has been replaced by a character known simply as the Athenian stranger. Most scholars agree that this stranger is a thin mask for Plato himself, finally speaking in his own voice, stripped of the Socratic irony. The stranger is walking on the island of Crete, discussing how to found a new colony called Magnesia. But the tone is different. There are no philosopher kings here. There are no radical experiments with abolishing the family or sharing wives. Plato has seen the wreckage of Syracuse. He knows now that looking for a Messiah king is a fool's errand. Humans are too corrupt, too weak, too easily intoxicated by power. So he proposes the second best state. If we cannot have the rule of the best men, guardians, we must settle for the rule of law, nomos. In Magnesia, the law is king. Every aspect of life is regulated with terrifying precision. Marriage, property, education, religious rituals, even the music played at festivals. It is a theocratic state, rigid and conservative. Plato argues that change is dangerous. Innovation in children's games, he warns, leads to innovation in the laws. He wants to freeze time, to create a society that, like Egypt, does not age. It is the work of a man who is tired of chaos, tired of the river of Heraclitus washing away his sandcastles. He wants to pour concrete. There is a poignant detail in the laws regarding alcohol. In the Republic, the guardians were ascetic. In the laws, the old Plato devotes entire books to the regulation of drinking parties. He argues that wine, if used correctly under the supervision of sober elders, can be a tool for education, a way to test a man's character when his inhibitions are lowered. It feels like a defense of the Academy's own communal meals, the Syssitia. It is the old headmaster justifying his faculty dinners. But there is also a darkness. He proposes a nocturnal council, a secret group of old men who meet at night to oversee the state and ensure ideological purity. It is the shadow of the Inquisition, the Socratic method turned into a tool of surveillance. While the master scratches away at these grim statutes, the academy around him is buzzing with a new kind of energy. The focus has shifted from ethics to mathematics and astronomy. The unwritten doctrines become the obsession of the inner circle. Plato becomes fascinated by the one and the indefinite dyad, moving into a realm of number mysticism that baffles the outsiders. He is trying to find the mathematical code of the universe. Speusippus, his nephew and likely heir, is pushing the school toward pure math. Aristotle, the brilliant metic, is writing his own early works, perhaps rolling his eyes at the number worship, but respecting the discipline. The political world outside the garden walls is darkening. To the north, the kingdom of Macedon is rising. King Philip II, the father of Alexander, is systematically dismantling the independence of the Greek city-states. The era of the polis, the small self-governing city that Socrates loved, is ending. The era of empire is beginning. Plato, with his prophetic gaze, seems to sense this. His turn to the rule of law is a way of building a fortress against the coming storm. If the city cannot be saved by its citizens, perhaps it can be saved by its code. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, that in these final years, Plato was correcting his earlier dialogues. He was found rearranging the words of his own past, trying to smooth out the rhythms. He was still the artist, even as he became the authoritarian. He was polishing the statue of Socrates, removing the rough edges, turning the living man into a smooth, marble icon. He knew he was curating a legacy. He knew that when he died, the voice of Socrates would live only in these scrolls. As the sun sets on his life, the Athenian stranger puts down his pen. The scroll of the laws is nearly finished. It is 12 books long, a mountain of text. It lacks the poetry of the Phaedo or the fire of the Symposium. It is dry, hard, and severe. But it is the necessary wall he has built to protect the garden. He looks out at the olive trees, now black silhouettes against the purple sky. The owls begin to hoot. The circle is closing. The boy who burned his tragedies has become the old man writing the laws. The wrestler has finished his match. He is ready for the final release from the body, the final ascent to the Hyper-Uranian, where the forms are waiting. No longer as shadows, but as light. The year is 347 BC. The wheel of the seasons has turned 80 times since the birth of Aristocles, son of Ariston. Athens is celebrating a wedding feast, the union of young lives full of hope and wind eggs, unaware of the shadows that loom over the future of Greece. In the midst of the revelry, an old man sits quietly. He is 81 years old, his hair as white as the marble of the Parthenon, his broad shoulders finely bowed by the gravity of the earth. Plato is tired. The noise of the banquet, the laughter, the clinking of wine cups, the shouting of toasts, feels distant, like the roar of the ocean heard from a high cliff. He excuses himself gently, declining the heavy meats and the unmixed wine, and retires to a quiet corner of the house, or perhaps to his own simple bed in the nearby academy. He lies down, closing his eyes against the flickering lamplight. The cave is fading. According to a tender tradition passed down by later biographers, the last sound Plato hears is the music of a flute. A Thracian slave girl is playing a soft, rhythmic melody for the guests in the other room. There is a profound, almost playful irony in this. In his Republic, Plato had rigorously banned the soft and lamenting moods of the flute, fearing they would corrupt the spirit of the guardians. He had exiled the poets and the musicians from his perfect city. Yet, here at the very end, it is not a geometric proof that escorts him out of the world. It is a simple song. It is the hum of the universe, the music of the spheres that the Pythagoreans worshipped, manifesting in the breath of a slave girl. Perhaps in these final moments, the old authoritarian softened. Perhaps he realized that the beauty of the sensory world, though a shadow, is still a sweet shadow. As he drifts into sleep, the heavy leaden weights of the body, the oyster shell of flesh he complained about in the Phaedrus, begin to dissolve. The struggle of the charioteer is over. The black horse of appetite has long since grown old and tame. The white horse of spirit is at rest. The driver can finally lay down the reins. He does not die with the dramatic public defiance of Socrates, drinking poison in a prison cell while arguing about the afterlife. He dies with the quiet dignity of a man who has already packed his bags. He has spent 50 years practicing dying, melete thanatou, which was his definition of philosophy. He has lived in the realm of the forms for so long that death is not a departure, but a homecoming. He is merely stepping through the mirror he has spent his life polishing. When the guests or his students come to check on him later, they find that he has stopped breathing. There is no struggle, no sign of pain. He has simply slipped away, migrating from the world of becoming to the world of being. The broad man has squeezed through the narrow gate. The news spreads through the academy at dawn, moving from hut to hut like a breeze through the olive trees. The students gather, not in the hysterical grief that marked the death of Socrates, but in a solemn, reverent silence. They know they have lived in the presence of a titan. They wash the body and prepare it for burial, likely in the very grounds of the academy he founded. He is planted in the soil of his own garden, becoming part of the root system of the place that will bear his name for 900 years. But even as the earth covers him, the cracks in his legacy begin to show. The reading of the will and the succession of the school creates the final, decisive fracture. Plato has chosen his nephew, Speusippus, to lead the academy. Speusippus is a capable man, but he is a mathematician, obsessed with Pythagorean numbers, turning philosophy into a game of abstract patterns. He is the safe choice, the family choice. Standing in the crowd is Aristotle, the mind of the school, the man who has spent 20 years dissecting the world with a brilliance that rivals the masters. By all intellectual rights, the mantle should fall to him. But he is a foreigner, a metic, and he disagrees with the core doctrine of the forms. He is passed over. Aristotle's reaction is not one of anger, but of resignation. He realizes that the garden is no longer big enough for him. He cannot serve under a man who thinks the universe is just a number. He backs his scrolls, his biological specimens, and his logic. He leaves Athens, traveling first to Assos, then to Lesbos, and eventually to Macedonia, to tutor the young Alexander. When he returns to Athens years later, he will not go back to the academy. He will found his own school, the Lyceum, in a different grove sacred to Apollo Lykios. The great divergence becomes a geographical reality. The academy will remain the fortress of the sky-gazers, the mystics, the mathematicians. The Lyceum will become the laboratory of the earth-gazers, the biologists, the logicians. The death of Plato is the birth of the two rivers that will water the West, rationalism and empiricism. Yet in the days following the funeral, legends begin to spring up like wildflowers around the grave. People whisper that Plato was not the son of Ariston, but the son of Apollo himself. They tell a story that when he was an infant, bees settled on his lips while he slept, filling his mouth with honey, a prophecy of the sweetness of his words. They recall the dreams Socrates had the night before he met Plato. A swan flew into his lap, sang a beautiful song, and then flew off into the clouds. The swan, the bird of Apollo, became the symbol of Plato. These myths are the public's way of seeing what the students already knew. He was something more than human. He was a messenger from the Hyper-Uranian. The students return to their studies, but the garden feels empty. The center is gone. They look at the diagrams in the sand, and they seem fragile now, liable to be blown away by the wind of history. But they are wrong. The fortress Plato built is made of stronger stuff than stone. He has created a vocabulary that will trap the human mind forever. We still speak his language. Every time we talk about an ideal, a concept, a form, or a soul, we are speaking Platonism. Every time we watch a movie and wonder if it's real, we are back in his cave. He has not left. He has simply become the architecture of our thoughts. As the sun sets on the fresh grave, the owls of Athena begin to call. The cycle is complete. The barefoot questioner, Socrates, woke the world up. The broad-shouldered writer, Plato, built a house for it to live in. The question now is, can we ever leave that house? Or are we destined to wander its hallways forever, arguing about shadows and suns? The story of the men is over, but the story of their idea is just beginning. The olive trees of the academy have long since turned to dust, their gnarled roots dissolving into the soil of Attica. The limestone walls of the gymnasiums where they walked have been pulled down by Roman conquerors, Ottoman builders, and modern archaeologists. The physical world of Socrates and Plato has vanished, eroded by the very flux Heraclitus warned them about. Yet, as we stand at the end of this long journey, looking back across 24 centuries, the two figures standing in the twilight are more substantial than the stone temples they left behind. They have not faded. They have grown. They have become the twin pillars of the Western mind, the Jachin and Boaz of our intellectual temple. We are, in a profound sense, all living inside the conversation they started in the shadow of the Acropolis. But as we reflect on their legacy, we see that they offer us two very different paths to the truth, paths that still divide and define us today. Socrates represents the path of the question. He is the patron saint of the individual conscience, the man who stands alone against the mob and says, "I do not understand." His legacy is the examined life. Whenever a scientist challenges a dogma, whenever a citizen questions an unjust law, whenever a student raises a hand and asks, "Why?" the ghost of the barefoot stonemason is in the room. He teaches us that wisdom begins with humility, with the admission of ignorance. He is the midwife who delivers the truth but does not own it. His path is dangerous, messy, and intensely personal. It requires the courage to be annoying, to be the gadfly stinging the lazy horse of convention. It is the path of critical thinking, the sharp blade that cuts through the fat of comfortable lies. He reminds us that the state, the economy, and the gods are less important than the integrity of a single human soul. Plato, on the other hand, represents the path of the system. He is the architect, the dreamer, the builder of cathedrals in the mind. He looked at the chaos that killed his teacher and said, "This is not good enough." His legacy is the ideal life. Whenever a revolutionary drafts a constitution for a perfect society, whenever a mathematician discovers a formula that describes the universe, whenever a lover looks for the soulmate who completes them, the spirit of the broad-shouldered wrestler is guiding them. He teaches us that there is a pattern behind the noise. He points up to the sun and says that justice, beauty, and truth are not just opinions. They are real, eternal, and reachable if we climb the ladder of education. His path is grand, hopeful, and sometimes terrifyingly rigid. It is the path of utopianism, the belief that we can engineer a better world if we just align ourselves with the divine order. The tension between these two, the destroyer of illusions and the builder of forms, is the engine of our history. The British philosopher Alfred North Whitehead famously wrote, "The safest general characterization of the European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes to Plato." It is a staggering claim, but true. The Neoplatonists, the Christian theologians like St. Augustine, the Renaissance artists like Michelangelo, the rationalists like Descartes, they all drank from the well of the academy. They all accepted Plato's basic division of the world into the physical shadows and the spiritual truth. Even the scientists who rejected his mysticism followed his command to look for the mathematical laws of nature. When Einstein wrote an equation, he was being a Platonist, looking for the invisible form that governs the visible matter. Yet, historians still argue whether Plato betrayed Socrates in the end. Did the system kill the spirit? Socrates died for the freedom to question. Plato built a republic where questioning was strictly controlled. Socrates claimed to know nothing. Plato claimed to know the mind of God. It is the eternal conflict between the mystic and the dogmatist. But perhaps this betrayal was an act of love. Plato built the fortress of the forms to protect the memory of Socrates. He created a world where the just man is never killed, where the soul is immortal, and where the conversation never ends. He saved his teacher from the hemlock by turning him into literature. As the camera of history pulls back, leaving the ancient city of Athens behind, we see the legacy not in books, but in ourselves. We are all split creatures driving the chariot. We have the Socratic voice in our heads, the voice of doubt and irony that laughs at our pretensions. And we have the Platonic hunger in our hearts, the longing for the hyper-Uranian, for a perfection we have never seen but somehow remember. We are trapped between the cave and the sun. But tonight the struggle is over. The long trial is finished. The ship from Delos has returned. The dialogue is done. The two friends, the ugly old man and the handsome aristocrat, are walking together along the banks of the Ilissos River in the Elysian fields. The water is cool, the cicadas are singing, and the argument has turned into a harmony. They have found the definition they were looking for. They have found the peace that passes understanding. The torch they lit in the darkness of the 5th century BC has been passed hand to hand through empires and dark ages until it has reached us here tonight. It is a small flame flickering in the wind, but it is enough to see by. It is the light of the mind. Now, let the timeline slow down. Let the centuries dissolve into mist. The noise of the agora, the scratching of the reed pens, the shouting of the tyrants, it all fades away into a soft, enveloping silence. You are no longer in ancient Greece. You are safe in your own time, in your own bed, suspended in the quiet space between waking and sleeping. The questions of justice and virtue, the puzzles of geometry and the soul, let them float away like leaves on the surface of a gentle river. You do not need to solve them tonight. They will wait. Feel the weight of your own body relaxing, sinking into the mattress, just as the white horse and the black horse settle down in the stables after a long journey. The chariot is parked. The reins are loose. The driver is resting. Breathe in slowly, filling your lungs with the cool, indigo air of the night. And breathe out, releasing the dust of the day. Imagine you are sitting in the garden of the academy. But it is night. The stars are out, brilliant, diamond-hard points of light in the velvet sky. They are the forms, perfect and unchanging, watching over you with a calm, eternal gaze. The wind rustles through the olive branches, making a sound like a soft hush. It is a cradle song from the ancient world. Plato and Socrates have done their work. They have cleared the path. Now, it is time for the dreamless sleep that Socrates spoke of, a peace deeper than the ocean, quieter than the stone. There is no more need for words. There is no more need for thought. There is only the gentle, rhythmic rise and fall of your breath, counting the moments until you drift into the realm of true rest. The scroll is rolled up, the lamp is blown out, the history is safe, and you are safe. Sweet dreams.